shit myself. Oh, I throw his banana away. Hold on, I gotta get everything loaded up. Is there more? God, there's so many events I can't. I'm not even caught up. I haven't even beaten Bird Ace's agent story. Super cuties. Hola. So let me get this again. You want Yishuan. No. Yishuan. Is it Yishuan? Or is it Yishung? I don't know how the fuck to say her name. She is and forever will be Shungus. Bro. What the fuck? Oh, dude, this is a problem. Because, like, why do I have 0 viewers right now? What? Not even the random Twitch bot is viewing me? Hello?
Hey,
why am I...
Hey, guess what? Boom. I'm sorry,
Bro,
guys.
there's something
The
wrong.
belly's blown.
There is something wrong. Okay, no, it's just... Okay. 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 My sound is working. I don't know, my VPN's not on. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. What's this? Alright, bros. We uploading it. Okay. We're here, boys. Why is it giving me options to watch my own Twitch stream for drops? I'm streaming. Should I just give them by default? Like, Jesus Christ. Anyways, so I'm waiting for some more people to get on. And I'm gonna give my... it's really another... It's a Zhao event. I can't do it. God! Oh my God! God! There's so much shit I just don't have the time to do. Hey, Insane Boom! Let's get my errands done for the day. Yeah, once more people hop on, I'm gonna look to start giving my thoughts on Zenless, its current state. It's actually not negative, really. It's mostly positive, but there are a lot of negatives. And if it outweighs the good, is subjective. Playing Sonic Cross Worlds, I envy you. I swear to God, if Asher Yosh shows up again, I'm so tired of seeing her here. Mm-hmm. A musical. I got a Badoo. Oh, that's for my friend. Not important right now. Yeah. I'm just gonna get some of my dailies done while we wait for more peoples to join. Ellen really thinks I'm out here carrying out what the fuck she wants to say. Also, this fucking Shungus bitch is really... Look at this. Look at this shit. 16 searches left till an S rank. These are fucking rigged. I swear to God. These are rigged. You either get her first time or you just don't. And I've noticed that it seems to be free-to-play people get her quicker than people who have spent money.
A cup of coffee to jumpstart your day.
I am almost convinced that there is legit, like, that is what they're doing.
Stopping to take a break.
If they know you spent money, they are going to, like, hinder your ability to get the character. Bonduling's feet are making me so weirdly uncomfortable. Because, like, what the fuck are they? Like, it looks like he's walking on shoes, but there aren't actually shoes, but are still shoes. Talk to Astra Yao. God damn it, this bitch really wants me to hang out. Well, son of a bitch. Alright, we gotta... I have 30 searches. Have you gotten a copy of her at all? I heard the latest Astra Yao imitation contest is on. I'm signing up. Great enthusiasm, but you're late. The contest is almost over. Pretty much everyone's already gone. No way. I hardly drop by Reverberina. Oh boy. You poor insane boom. Don't lose hope. Our rules are pretty lenient. If you can beat all the contestants and win their approval, still declare you the winner. Our contests are impressionable style. This is a really lame. Okay, I'm just gonna... Insta-KO, flawless, tell me whatever you speak. Darn it, so strong, fine. I admit defeat. This is so weird. I don't know what the fuck I'm reading. It's just contest. Why are they so obsessed with winning this contest? Less chit-chat, more action. Let's hurry up to Blazewood. Why am I on a goddamn Astra Yao side quest? What the fuck is this shit? Goddamn, these Astra Yao side quests are horrible. It's you, I recognize you. I'm back from the title contest number 2. Prepare to bow to your new champion. Oh my god, please leave me alone. Hey, be polite, Style. Of course, Astra's anything for you. Talk to Style all you want. It's an honor for me. Oh, for the autograph. I have a... Oh my god, it's just... these... This is so boring. Please give me more insight to her in general, not... I'm just gonna read Astra Yao's dialogue. Honestly, your costume... Never mind. The point is, you can't sign autographs, so I win this round, right? Fine. What? So he's just a rival to Astra Yao. God damn it, back on these stupid Astra Yao side quests. Bro, Astra Yao be fucking like tracking me across the entire globe. Average Astra Yao trust event. Just like leave the area. What? How? We haven't even competed yet. This time. I don't think so. I started the family. Can someone just give me the damn summary? Sorry, at this point, I don't even want to read it. There's so much just filler dialogue. Event every time. It's so rare to just hang out and have fun like this. But aside from having fun, victory is still the goal. I'm definitely winning the next round. There we go. I ringed up her trust. That was such a weird fucking trust event. That was... I swear to God, Astra Yao events are so freaking weird. Oh, cool. I don't know what that does. Oh, this gives her like a special thing in Hollow Zero that she can do. Alright, just a heads up for people showing up. We're getting ready to do I'm waiting for more people before I give my thoughts on Zenless's current state. I have a lot of good things and some bad things. What a side quest. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, we're almost got enough people for me to start talking about my thoughts on ZZZ's current state. Bear with me, I'm particularly waiting for Yuri to show up, but I have a hunch she is probably not showing up today. Probably due to being busy.
I'm at
Getting Grace done more. Miss fucking feet licker. I really don't know why they... I'm sorry. Grace is so weird. Hey, how's your day? It's great, Lily vibes.
I only handle technical matters.
I only handle technical matters. Anyways. I'm sorry, every time I think about this. One more viewer, and then we'll start doing the conversation about I forgot what. About ZZZ's current state. I love my free-to-play team. Can y'all see this? I can't hear right now. I broke my headphones. Can you reply in chat? I can try. Alright, we're going to have a translator for Lily Broker. We're going to have a translator just to, like, summarize it. Okay, what else do I need to do? I have battery shit. Yeah, okay. That's 6 viewers now. Before I jump into doing a Hollow Zero to finish some of these quests, I'm gonna kind of give my thoughts on Zenless. What's a good place to do this? Not aerospace. Port Elpis. Port Elpis is where we do all the relaxing stuff, anyways. Okay, so, oh my god, do you fucking mind? I hate that trash can here. It's so buggy. Anywhere. Yeah, really. We're gonna go Port Elpis, the place that has genuinely given me, like, the worst problem. I'm sorry, I just have to look at that cake. It's so big. Anyways, as we see Big Daddy Bonway over here. Our big stud. I don't know who's more of a stud, him or Monato. I think I should use Monato. Thank you for reply me. I have a hunch feeling that Lily Vibes is gonna ask me to look at her artwork. Do we want Monato or do we want Bonway? I'll let y'all decide. We want Monato or Bonway? Oh, everyone disappeared. Everyone disappeared. Our 6 viewers are gone. Okay, in the future, do we want Monato or Bonway? I feel like Monato, he has like better hair. I don't want to do Lycon. I don't like Lycon. Ugh. I used to be a Lycon simp, and then I grew up. Bonway, we want Bonway. Choose Monato and Bonway. Are you playing Zenless Zone Zero? I don't care. Well, one side says Bonway, the other side says Monato. Monato just looks... Bonway just is so intimidating here. It's just like... hello. Hello, little one. Monato's just... I really wish they did better with Monato's face. I don't like his in-game model that much. I love the punk aesthetic, though. I'm just saying, maybe in the future I could pull off a... No, it's stating the choice. Oh, Monato or Banyue. Oh. Looks like we're more all in favor for Banyue. We're all in favor for Banyue. I might just switch to Monato later. Or we just have Astra Yao. This is her side quest. I don't like her here, no. Get out of here, Astra. We have Pan Yun instead. He blocks the whole fucking thing. Hey, Ben. Big boy Ben. Oh, shit, hold on. Hey, Vivian. I hate Vivian. I don't even know why she's obsessed with Faith, and does it ever state that in the story? I'm gonna suspect not. Alright, we're just gonna do Banyue. We kinda started. You know what? Yeah. I'm trying to think if I want to do this now, or if I want to start clearing some content to let more of the server join, but I can't guarantee people's schedules, so I might just talk about it, and then just, like, wait until I'll just upload it to YouTube or something. Since we all want Banyue staring at us very intimidatingly while we're on the pier. I don't know if it's ever stated why Vivian likes Phaethon. I really don't. I don't think I'm far enough in the story yet. I still have to complete, like, 5 different agent stories. Banyue is cool. We do love Banyue. He's fucking so caked up. Look at that shit, bro. I'm going to get the mod that removes the jacket. It pisses me off this jacket is here. I don't even know why it's there. It does not look good on him at all. It's like trying to be like the only flavor. It's like, I don't know, he needs more flavor in my opinion. It's kind of like the same thing with Miyabi. She's very like, she lacks flavor, but she also lacks substance. Banyue has substance but lacks flavor. He needs more flavor. Hey Yuri. Okay, perfect. We got someone else. We got some more people in the server. So, while we're here, I wanted to kind of it is a bit strange. I feel a robe would be better. I do feel like a robe would be better for Banyue. I feel like it's close to being good. It just needs more. It needs more. He just really needs more. And he's a little lackluster with his design. Cuz like Billy's got the cape, or Billy's got the long biker thing, and then Banyue just has like a thing around his waist. I feel like Banyue could have just had more done with him. Have you seen his concept art? Wait, Banyue's concept art? I gotta look this up. So you're probably gonna see some really gross Banyue. Or those who serve concept art. What was his concept art? Oh. Huh. You know, I'm glad we got what we got compared to this. This was a little rougher. I do feel like the outfit was better. I like the outfit a bit more. But I can kind of see why the jacket doesn't work as much, because Billy has that. Banyue really needs something that's opposite from Billy to separate him. I feel like the philosophy was just off with Banyue a bit. I think they just didn't fully know what to go for. It's kind of hard to make a robot lion dude. They probably should have taken inspirations from Protogens. He looks like a dad. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I kind of don't like that. He looks too authoritative, especially for a monk. I don't think that fits Banyue's character. He's a monk. And I just don't think those other designs fit him. He looks better. He looks better like this, though I feel like they should definitely have done more. I don't know what it is with Zenless. I love how Billy still has the Sons of Caledon red jacket, yeah.
I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy. I have 2 guns, so
But see, here's the thing with Billy. He has a jacket, and then he has pants and a belt, and even like a phone holder. He's got, and like actual shoes. Billy's got an aesthetic.
Starlight, it's time to shine.
That's why Billy's design works. He has an aesthetic. Banyue does not. Banyue is not following an aesthetic. It's trying to, but they need more. They really needed more clothing pieces on Banyue to make them follow what they were going for. I wonder how he looks with the hoodie on. I do too. I really do. But I feel like he might look too Billy kiddish. I can tell why they probably went off of that. Anyways, well, we've already spent 21 minutes. We've got enough of the people here, so let's talk about Zenless Zone Zero's current state of the game. So, Zenless Zone Zero, I don't know how to really start this. I've rehearsed it a bit, but I'm not entirely sure how to go about it. Making sure the quality is up. I might want to increase it a bit on OBS just so you guys get my lovely commentary a bit more. If it's too loud, let me know. I'll turn it down. I'm going to kind of fidget with my mic quality. So, Zenless Zone Zero's current state of the game. Is it worth still playing in 2026? Well, giving my insight as somebody who plays Zenless is a little difficult because obviously I play the game and I've also invested money in the game as well. So it's a little difficult to properly give an unbiased perspective, but I am going to give that regardless. And I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube because this is taken from my Twitch stream. So, Zenless's current state in terms of gameplay is actually like really, really freaking good. I feel like we can all like admit to that. Zenless right now in terms of gameplay is really freaking good. There is a shit ton of content in the game, especially if you're caught up. And Hollow Zero is amazing. It is a sandbox where you can just go absolute balls off the walls with specific character builds. I've done some dumb shit like DPS Astra, DPS Nicole. I've ran some crazy team comps in Hollow Zero. And Hollow Zero right now is in a flawless state. It's very, very fun. It's probably, in my opinion, one of the best game modes that Zenless has. You can't see it. My hand is raised. The problem right now with Zenless is that a lot of people are having with Zenless is HP inflation. I don't know if I'm at the content where that's become a problem, but I have not noticed this issue outside of DA. And for those who don't know, DA is Deadly Assault. So I do have to talk about all the game modes, and I'll kind of get to them. But also, HP inflation was already talked about when Miyabi first released back last year. And that only applied to tower difficulty, and it didn't even apply to the main tower difficulty. It only applied to advanced. And advanced tower isn't even like you can't even get rewards on that. So HP inflation right now really is not as big of a problem as I think people want to think it is. If it is, someone can feel free to correct me what exactly HP inflation is like affecting. I know it's also affecting Shiryu defense, which I'm going to start showcasing some of those game modes in a second. I know it's affecting Shiryu defense, but I also have seen people clearing Shiryu just fine with A ranks. So I don't think it's a huge problem right now as people are thinking it is. I think people are particularly upset about HP inflation because on the grand scheme of... On the grand scheme of... what is it? What exactly is it? It's in the grand scheme, a lot of PvP content and Zenless is a lot harder to do because of HP inflation. Because characters like Miyabi are just utterly dominating the meta. And now with Shungus and Yishuan, they're still really, really broken. So, like, HP inflation's only relevant to PvP. And I hate to break this to people, but PvP genuinely is like... in a gacha game is stupid because you're not going to compete with whales. People get the dopamine rush from the validation that they can kind of compete. But, like, ultimately, a whale who has, like, C6 Miyabi, C6 Yishuan, C6 Shungus, those people are going to just, by definition, do better. You're not going to ever actually outcompete them. They're going to know strategies. They don't even need strategy because most of the time you can just easily breeze through or you can easily cut through in that regard. So HP inflation has been the only major complaint that people have said, but it's not as big of a problem. All content's really not as affected. If it is, someone can feel free to correct me. That's fine. Oops. So in terms of just basic gameplay, Zenless is fine right now. It's at a perfectly decent spot. In terms of game modes, that's something else, which is why there's going to be a ranking system probably. Yes, so I'll go to Hollow Zero real quick, or Scott's Outpost, to showcase the game modes. They added S plus ranking, and you don't even get rewards from S plus. It's entirely a skill check for that. It's entirely just for whales to get that validation. So this is Deadly Assault. This is a late game mode. Here's a reference for people to know how much of a pushover Deadly Assault is.
I shall follow
You don't just think about it.
This is the Cunning Hares, which is Nicole, Ambi, and Billy. These are your first characters you ever receive. People have managed to beat the entirety of every Deadly Assault with 3 stars only using the Cunning Hares. And they're all A ranks. All you need is like high investment in them, and they can do it. You do not need, excuse me, you don't actually need high investment team comps in order to beat Deadly Assault. Deadly Assault right now is like utterly... Deadly Assault is really just a DPS check in its absolute core. And on PvP, you're not competing with whales. So there's no reason to try. But Deadly Assault, I've never liked Deadly Assault. Some people, it's their favorite game mode. I don't like it. But if you're looking for just rewards, Deadly Assault is very much doable. Deadly Assault's also just a game mode where you go in and you have to just do a certain amount of damage to an enemy in a certain amount of time. And I think it's like 2k to get 3 stars. So it's just a straight DPS check for Deadly Assault. Shiryu Defense is a onslaught game mode. The whole thing with Shiryu Defense is that you need to basically kill a bunch of enemies in a certain amount of time, and you can have like 2 squads. Hey, Dan. Shiryu Defense right now, Shiryu Defense is, I think, where the main HP inflation problem is, but I have not heard of anyone being unable to clear it. So I don't know if it's genuinely a problem, but I'm pretty sure you can still do all of the content in Shiryu Defense with just minimum characters and investment. And I think you can get S ranks as well. You don't need S+. They don't give you any extra currency. Hollow Zero, you can't even whale in Hollow Zero if you wanted to. You can, but if you literally, like, and genuinely on Hollow Zero, you can just go in, and the game will just give you, like, builds for your characters. Like, you don't even need to build for this game mode. There's no problem. I have a problem with it, but that's a skill issue. Well, the thing is, with Hollow Zero, specifically, as my commenter points out, or with Shiryu Defense, is it's a big DPS check, like all these game modes are. Deadly Assault is a DPS, but also like a slight skill check since some enemies need specific requirements to do. This one's just straight up DPS, so as long as you have good DPSs, it's fine. It's also just building sucks. Still ZZZ and zero understanding for me. I know, dude, the game's really hard. And those are the only real late game modes you're going to have, because Cleanup Crew and then the Hunt are just farming, just for farming. Everything else is like game modes you'll use to compete. Tower difficulty right now, Battle Tower. I think they're adding another Battle Tower, but you can't get rewards from it either. I have the last Battle Tower to finish. Fucking hate this game. I really do hate this game mode. I shouldn't, but I absolutely hate this game mode. Jesus Christ, it is not fun in a lot of cases. It can genuinely eat away at you trying to figure out like specific builds. But this version of Battle Tower, this one you can't even get rewards. There's no rewards. This one is the one that has like a lot of PvP stuff because it's about how quickly you can clear things. But Battle Tower is the only thing, and that's just for extra content. If you want to just keep playing the game, that's what it's there for. You don't have to do Battle Tower. And if you're just playing ZZZ and only ZZZ, I am really sorry. This is the only game you can play. I really am. Because this is a gacha game, and gacha games are meant to be like things you play in, not in succession, but in temporary. So ultimately right now, Zenless Zone Zero's gameplay is at a perfectly fine spot in terms of just pure game modes and difficulty. This game is not hard, as much people might try to make you think it is. It's really not. I've done almost all content and S ranks with just free agents, the agents the game gives you. So it's really not that hard compared to what other games, like other gacha games. It's not very pay to win. I mean, it's pay to be faster. It's not pay to win, I would say. Because obviously, a max investment Miyabi is going to utterly crush compared to a max investment Cunning Hairs. But that's only for farming. So right now, gameplay-wise, if you just want a game that's super fun and easy to get into, Zenless is your best friend. If you want a game that is very in-depth with its combat system, well, that's kind of where Zenless starts to fall off a bit. People might disagree with me on this, but Zenless's combat system is not that intricate. Specific team comps just always do good no matter what game mode you're in. And I'm trying to think what else. Specific team comps just do exceedingly well in some game modes to a point that you're going to kind of notice that higher rank characters don't require a lot of button inputs to be successful, where some lower ranks require like actually understanding combos to get out. But even then, like Sokaku is like a sub DPS, and she's just 3 button inputs for the bulk of her combo, and then her ultimate. Playing just one game, especially if that game is a gacha game, is really weird in my opinion. Yeah, gacha games are... I think Limbus Company is a bit of an exception, because Limbus Company is partially both a gacha game, but also meant to just be a big game you play in general, because it's based off of like a pre-existing franchise that was also a game. Limbus Company is peak. Anyways, I think in terms of gameplay, if we're looking at like characters and builds, I don't think Zenless is as in-depth with that as you might be looking for. The community will try to disagree with me on this. I don't think they will have an argument that'll be sustainable. Because they'll try to say things like, oh, but characters are... but there is an in-depth build system because Miyabi can go anomaly or attack. No. I don't know how to really make this argument, but I feel like Zenless was a lot more skill-based or was a lot more intricate in its builds than it is now. Because back in the day, I know no one was crazy enough to do this, but a full build on Ben, if you had like a perfect Ben build, he would outdamage Soldier 11. Back in the day, Ben was a better DPS than Soldier 11 because of the way his attack damage scales off of defense. Mid-Yabi, that's what I really call her. But Zenless's building system in general, I think back in the day was a lot more flexible for specific character builds. But I have noticed a very big decline in build diversity lately, and I'm kind of sad about it because the last time I saw a very interesting, like, off-meta build was DPS Astra, and that was last year. No one has ever really touched more creative builds anymore, and I'm gonna go into why that is. But I think that Zenless's building system might look very intricate because some characters can do really cool things. I've ran Impact Anton for a specific team comp in Hollow Zero, and it was great. But overall, you're not really encouraged to build characters in intricate ways. The game kind of gives you the tools to do so, but you won't really notice big rewards for it. I remember back in the day, though, when I was when I was solely free-to-play, I had to run DPS Ambi, DPS Sokaku, and DPS Ben for a very specific mission. And they were the only ones who could do good in this mission, by the way. And it was hilarious watching me get an S rank on one of the hardest missions in the game, running the most weirdest DPS comp imaginable. But it worked. Zenless right now does not do that anymore. They really do not do that. The hard mode missions oftentimes give you the agents you used, and if they do, Tank Ambi, yeah, okay, Tank Ambi was carrying me in tower difficulty, okay? Tank Ambi was fucking crazy. That should not have worked nearly as much as it did. Girl fucking survived that onslaught of Jingdo enough for Billy to get the finishing blow. Okay, don't underestimate the power of Tank Ambi. That was stupid, but it worked. Zenless just isn't as in-depth with its building systems anymore. It's not that the tools aren't there, the game just isn't encouraging of it anymore. And some people will probably say, oh, well, it never encouraged that game mode, or it never encouraged that kind of build diversity. I disagree, because if you didn't have specific characters, you had no choice. If the enemy could only have their shield broken by electric, and Ambi was the only electric character you had, honey, it's DPS Ambi. I can't do anything else here.
Standing by.
Ambi's gonna have to carry this shit. And she did. And she does. Zenless's building system is just it's very lackluster. I don't think there's a lot of intricate gameplay. So if you're looking for a game that has a very in-depth building system, I would not play Zenless. You will see this in Hollow Zero. Hollow Zero is very, very, very sandboxy, but the rest of the game is not going to really reward you for it as much. It's still kind of iffy, because at the same time I say that, but then Citri got like 3 stars running DPS Lycon. And then someone he then got 3 stars running DPS Astra, 3 stars running DPS Ben, 3 stars running on-field Trigger. Citri he's a person in our Discord server, and Citri's done a shit ton of just crazy builds on DA, and he gets 3 stars each time. But the problem is that the investment Citri's done onto this game to get there is a lot. He plays this game very frequently to a point that he can justify that, and he has a lot of resources, where the rest of us, like the rest of the player base, is not going to have those resources, and you're going to have to be like almost no-lifing this game to get to that point. And Citri spends money, so he's also not even free to play. So while the game has the potential for unique build comps, I hate to break this to you, it's not going to reward you for building characters in unique ways. The reward's going to be your own satisfaction, but that's going to kind of only go so far. So I think Zenless could do something really cool where they make it to where, like, Zenless, if they wanted to fix this, their solution would be to make like a specific DA boss where the only characters you can use are supports. That's when you'll see like crazy build diversity. They should do that. I would love to fucking see someone run up with DPS Sokaku with Astra and Nicole. That would make me happy. I would love to see that because that would be encouraging players to go crazy with random builds. But ultimately right now, I don't think Zenless will ever get to that state. So the game has the potential for an intricate building system. It's just never going to reward you for it. So in combat mechanics, I kind of diverged from the combat mechanics topic. And I'm just going to say this in terms of that. How intricate...
I may be slow, but I still have 2 fists to swing.
How intricate is Zenless Zone Zero's combat mechanics? I'm going to say this with blunt honesty. Unless you're Banyue, not a whole lot. Look at characters like Miyabi. I mean, someone's going to try to argue Miyabi is the most advanced character, but Miyabi stands will quite literally argue... Miyabi stands will try to argue that she's like the best character in existence, second from Jesus, even though I'm not a Christian. But regardless, Banyue has like the most complicated moveset in the game. Like all of his attack patterns are really confusing. Like they're not confusing. You can sit down and learn them, but like you really have to learn Banyue to figure out how to play him properly. But he's got like a shit ton of combos. He's the only character in the game who has this, by the way. Every other character is literally, I'm not joking, 3-button inputs at most on some cases. Miyabi's bulk attack is like her square. Or her, I say square, it's just her basic attack 4 to 3 times. Then she has a dash. She has, I want to say that it sounds intricate, but when you play it, it doesn't feel intricate. You'll really start to notice that Zenless feels like a game that gives you the illusion it's skill-based, but it's really not. It really is a almost glorified auto-battler. And I don't even want to give it that title because I do actually think that Zenless can or does have good mechanics to it. And that it's not entirely auto-battle based. But that Zenless is not entirely auto battle. Like it's not entirely this big skill-based game like it was kind of made out to be in the very beginning. To chain combos, you'll have to learn button inputs and not only spam. You have to hold button inputs. Yeah, I know you will have to. Chain combos are a little weirder depending on who you're using. Miyabi is good-ish, but I don't have fun with her. Yeah, that was actually the case for a lot of people. A lot of people didn't actually like playing Miyabi when she first released because she really isn't fun. She doesn't feel fun to play unless you just like Miyabi, I've noticed. Because she really doesn't do anything. And she actually makes the game so easy that you feel like you're just not doing anything anymore. My issue with specific builds and characters, by the way, for those who don't know, this is... Where is she at? Where's Mid-Yabi? Mid-Yabi, there. This is Mid-Yabi, or Miyabi, but I call her Mid, because she's Mid. Excuse me. This is Miyabi, and she's been a problem since the very beginning of the game. Everyone will tell you how bad Miyabi has hurt the game, except Miyabi fans, who insist that Miyabi was the best thing to ever happen to Zenless, which we'll talk about that in a second. When I need to get something done, I'm pulling Miyabi, says someone in chat. Yeah, that's kind of what Miyabi is. She's kind of the game's easy button is the problem. And that's kind of where I started having this... She was kind of where Zenless started having a downfall, because she really was not that intricate in her playstyle. She just wasn't. She really did not have combo games. She really didn't have combo setups. You could solo a lot of stuff with just her, like, without even investing in her discs, because that's how good she was. Miyabi was a problem, and I'm not going to go on a rant. I don't want to keep going on a rant about Miyabi because she's not the only issue in the game. But, like, she set a trend where characters became less skill input and were more, like, that goes into where it became the glorified auto-battler. I'm using Yixuan as an example here. I have a problem with Yixuan. I love Yixuan, by the way. One of my favorite characters. Really fucking love her. My problem with Yixuan is she is the most boring as fuck character to play in this entire game unless she has any fucking energy. She needs EX to be fun because then you can parry, then you can do her energy holding thing. But without that, she does fucking nothing. She is so miserable to play at that. Literally, I'm so glad that her, like, at the time, her favorite comp was Jafufu, because Jafufu was a fucking blast to play. I love playing Jafufu. I hate the people who like Jafufu, but I was thoroughly enjoying Jafufu. And it's great that you get to play as her more than you get to play as Yixuan, because Yixuan's boring as shit. Literally does not do anything without her EX meter, and it makes me upset. But then when she does have it, oh, she does so much fucking shit with it. And I know it's mostly compensating for the fact that she doesn't have a kit. But regardless, this is kind of where that trend started showing up about characters just being a glorified auto battle sim or like a Zenless starting to just be a glorified auto battle simulator. Because character builds just started going it really started feeling like characters just really were like, you only just need to hit the attack button. That's all you needed to do. There wasn't intricate combo setups. Like, oh my god. I won't deny that early Zenless has this problem too. Soldier 11 is less than that. She is literally just 2 button inputs. She is her basic attack and then her EX. There's no interesting chain attack with that. Some massive Soldier 11 absolute god tier person can probably say, oh, no, bro. If you press the button like on the 3rd time and then do the EX and then dash, you can get a 3rd attack out. You get 3 more attacks out and chain the combo more. There's someone out there who can probably say that she's so much better than that. I'm not going to contest. I used to play Soldier 11 a lot when I had to. She was not fun. She was literally like 2 button inputs for most of her combo game. S-Ambi was really fun. This is when the game got fun, because S-Ambi had a lot of shit you needed to do to get her combo out. And so did Harumasa. Citri's going to be happy that I said this. Harumasa and S-Ambi, you needed to put in work to get their main DPS source out. But they never made another character like these two. Unless I haven't played Vivian and I haven't played Lucille. And I think Alice was pretty good too. I remember when I tested her a bit. Alice was a bit more decent, but also the characters that need the most investment for their combos, nobody wants to play. Ambi, you have like a lot of conditions to be met. And she's fun as fuck when you can get that skilled ceiling down. She's got a skill ceiling. People don't want to play characters who have skill ceilings. They don't. That goes back into the argument that Zenless is a glorified auto battle simulator, because a lot of people do not want to play the DPS characters that require investment for their damage output. Most people want to play characters that do not take effort to play. You want an example of this? Astra fucking Yao. She is literally just her EX move. You can do a couple other things with Astra. I've run DPS Astra before. She's fucking amazing on Hollow Zero, by the way. Astra Beam. Peak. I love just going Astra Beam! Astra Beam was fucking great. I loved it. But Astra Yao, outside of that, she does nothing. She's literally just EX and then she's off fucking field. And that makes me really bummed out that they kind of started shifting. Because again, no other character, and I think it's just because it's a Void Hunter, but like no characters were able to topple Miyabi when she released. I like the risk-reward HP characters like Monato and Yidhari. I think they are intricate gameplay loops, but if there's one thing HP risk-reward has taught me in Hollow Zero, it's that it works like a nasty double-edged sword, and that even with skill ceiling, Zenless sometimes just throws you shitty curveballs that there's no way for you to predict, and you just get utterly fucked over, and you bet too much of your HP for something that you almost couldn't predict. I will talk about this in a second, Zenless's mechanics, because I have a lot of gripes about ZZZ's mechanics for some reason. But yeah, characters that required less button inputs tended to be more favored. I'm trying to look at most of the popular characters. I wish I can pull up the fucking sale results. I don't want to bring up the sales because there's a lot of other factors that go into sales specifically, and I don't think there's enough to draw a correlation there. But you want to look at the most popular characters in like the community. Literally, like the characters have the biggest player bases are characters who do not require a lot of output. I never hear people talking about SAMB or Soldier 11 or no one plays Lucy. Ellen is only there because she's popular. Although, fuck Ellen's combos. Ellen sucks ass. I hate fucking Ellen. I would never want to play Ellen. She is so annoying to get her games or her combos down. Characters, I'm trying to think, more of the popular characters. It's so hard to say because it does shift with meta. People just genuinely did not seem to enjoy characters that required a ton of skills. I played Shungus for the first time. Also, I want to say this. I played Shungus for the first time in the co-op game mode. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing, yet I got max damage. I got highest damage. I was legit just pressing one button because I didn't know what the fuck she did. Max damage. I know for the life of me someone's going to try to argue that XYZ character does require skill. This is just the nature of every fucking game out there. But I'm going to say this. Evelyn, I love Evelyn. I love playing her. Her combos feel clean. Evelyn really doesn't need a lot of skill. Was similar to Asher Yao, you just need to hold down the button when she gets her full meters and she does most of it herself. She feels like she needs skill. She really fucking doesn't. It's just timing on two things, and that timing is not hard to indicate. It's just getting it to the point where you need that timing. Jane Doe actually, as much as I hate to say this, Jane Doe actually had some very intricate combos because she could do like one specific skill 3 times if you knew the button input for it. No one ever used it, and people just used Jane Doe for her high damage outputs. I'm being so for real when I say this, but like you look at characters that did well and tell me what one thing you haven't, like characters you still see people talk about in the meta right now, and there's always one common factor. They do not need a lot of skill. Somebody else made a video about this a while back ago. And if you see John Strive Hayes, he has like a whole list of videos about MMOs. John Strive Hayes talks about how in very PvP oriented MMOs, people don't actually want to put in the work to have the skill. They want the illusion that they have the skill. And Zenless follows that mindset. There is not a lot of characters in this game that require a ton of skill. And the ones that do, nobody wants to play. And it kind of makes me sad because Grace, I'm so glad she got a buff. Grace was dog shit. And then her buff makes her go fucking crazy. But I feel like her skill ceiling also increased. And I feel like people aren't going to play her because of that. Because now Grace has a lot of timing down that you have to get down. But then there's also like it feels like her skill ceiling increased but also decreased at the same time because the bulk of her combo now is just random bullshit go. And then her like big EX, which she does great at. Kaleda's another example. Oh god, Kaleda's like you have to get your dashes on. You have to get your dashes on time. You have to then EX at the right time. Like the only, oh god, Kaleda's fucking crazy. Anton, you have to know the glitch to make him work better. Ben, you have to get your parries and you have to build him very specifically. Nekomata was always a character that you have to really fucking know how to dash or to dodge in order to play. Nicole, you have four different combos. Figure out which one you're going to need for what scenario. Billy, you need to just genuinely know how to build. Ambi, know how to dash. I'm not going to go on a list of every character and which ones require skill and which ones don't. I feel like it'd be redundant. But ultimately, Zenless's characters right now, especially as the current meta is forming, feel like they just start to less and less and less require skill. I don't think Zenless was ever fully skill-based, but I feel like in the beginning, it was a little bit more since you had to do specific combos in order to get like your better damage output. You had to know what your character was doing in order to fully maximize that. Now you don't have to do that. And I think that started with Miyabi. That trend started with Miyabi, and it just kind of continued from there. Miyabi was, and I'm going to say this, she was the worst thing to hit Zenless. The stupid stands, the stupid simps can shut up. Their mid-tier waifu is not that fucking good. So in terms of Zenless's combat and gameplay, it is very much not a skill reward. Or it's starting to feel less skill based and more build base and just character based. And this is kind of where the question of power creep has started rearing its ugly head, especially for Zenless to start running into a power creep issue season 2 is not a good sign for the game's future. Because if Shungus is bad, who the fuck knows what's going to come after her? Remember when we thought nothing could top Miyabi and something did? I don't even want to know what's going to top Shungus. I need a drink of water. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I need a drink of water. So, if you're wanting a game where you're going to have like a lot of skill needed, I'm going to just warn you. You can use, Zenless is a mix of both. You can use characters that need more skill, or you can need characters that don't. It fits for both audiences. I guess in the end, I was more talking for the fact that the community keeps trying to pretend this game is super skill-based, and it's attracting the wrong audience. Zenless can be skill-based if you use the characters that are skill-based. But if you use minimum effort characters, it's not going to be skill-based. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna pray and play with my silly team comps. I love to do that too. I run some dumb shit just because I can, and they can work. Zenless can do that. You can, as long as you got skill, you can make any team comp work, and that's sometimes really fun. You guys can watch a video I posted on my YouTube channel called or The Boys versus Bringer and Hollow Zero. That was the worst team comp ever. It was Harumasa, Anton, and Seth, and I got Pompey as a boss. It was horrible, but I fucking did it. Miyabi didn't just ruin the game. Turns out any time she suffers any ice element Miyabi fucking killed ice entirely, because they literally, to nerf Miyabi, they had to nerf everyone else. You can't just nerf Miyabi's damage specifically. You either had to nerf ice or you had to nerf basic damage, and that was going to cause a problem all around. As someone said, Miyabi was a developer oversight. She really was too broken. And I do fear that she set a really bad standard, because I don't know how Miss Shungus over here is going to do. I really don't know how she's going to do in the meta. I think she's really good, but I'm concerned that she's going to like set an even worse standard. And goddamn, her arms are ugly. Oh my god, Zenless arms. They're horrible. Also, I remember so many things. Oh my god. Ellen got cucked horribly because of Miyabi. Ellen got so fucked over because Miyabi. Miyabi fucked everyone over. And why? So a mid-tier fox lady can do good in the meta. Anyways. So Zenless, in the end, is a very mix between skill-based and not skill-based. There's kind of options for both. But I'm going to warn you, when you start using non-skill-based characters for anyone who wants to play, if you start Caesar Noodle Arms King, oh god, don't even get me started on her Caesar. I hate her design so much. It's so ass. It's so ass. They fucked her over so bad. Her noodle arms, look how fucking ugly her arms are. Jesus Christ. It's like when we saw that her fucking got jump scared by her ugly arms in fucking their trailer. It was so bad. But yes, I think ultimately the game has become, it's going to be really hard to ever use characters that need skill after you get into the habit of using ones that don't. Because you're going to notice the absolute the increase of difficulty that the game has, which leads me into my next point about Zenless's just in general gameplay. Only the brave will live. I'm gonna say this because this pisses me off so much. I have a serious problem with Zenless's gameplay. Zenless's gameplay genuinely feels so ungodly inconsistent at times. And some people might say, oh, it's a skill issue. I don't know anymore. I actually don't know if my problem with the gameplay is a skill issue or not, because I have seen this problem with like literally everyone. So you'll go into combat. You'll do one of the encounters. Someone said in the past, Zenless is a rhythm game almost. it's kind of a rhythm game. Excuse me. But it's also kind of not. Zenless's big issue that I've noticed in terms of its like core elemental gameplay is the fact that it sometimes the light is gold. Okay, I have to fucking showcase the gameplay. It won't let me just pull it up right off the bat. I have to fucking go and navigate all the way over to the video archives to showcase this. Zenless's gameplay, I don't know if I can even showcase like fully the problem with the gameplay from here, but like you'll notice very quickly how bad.
Take your time. I'm listening.
How bad some of the like enemy designs are when you're playing characters who don't just have like dodge buttons built in. So first of all, Zenless will have two things. Since I only have one person, I have to get someone else. I have to get someone else real quick. I'll showcase this because in case anyone actually wants to get into Zenless.
I shall follow.
I'll use my my Billy.
Hey, pick
Nicole.
me, and I.
I'll use my cunning hairs.
He's standing by.
You'll notice this. You will notice this pretty quickly once the honeymoon phase of Zenless wears off. So, in Zenless, there's two kinds of ways of dodging. There's parries, and then sometimes this will bling red, and then you dash, like that. Those are the two main systems of Zenless. I don't fucking know what these crackhead developers have been on, but there are fucking enemies in this game that the thing will go gold, and then it waits like 2 seconds, and then you're supposed to parry. Zenless conditions you to always pay attention to that gold meter. When that gold bling goes off, or that red bling goes off, that you need to know what option to press. Zenless instills this in you since the first part of the game. And then it starts throwing enemies who will not attack after they have the gold thing go off. They'll wait 1 or 2 seconds and then they'll attack. And the game expects you to parry after the gold instead of before the gold. Yeah, I hate that. It sucks. It's terrible. It's stupid. It is stupid that is a system. Because you condition your player to operate one way, and then you start taking that mechanic away from them, and then you will notice so many freaking times you're getting hit by things that are genuinely not your fault. I want to find my... hold on. I have my trigger clip. My trigger clip that I have when I was like going absolutely fucking crazy. I love Trigger. Trigger is so much fun to play. So, okay. You mind my very big enthusiasm here. So this one trigger clip, this pissed me off so badly when this happened. So I'm doing this. Trigger's got like this really big dodging thing, and I'm pulling this shit off fine. I dodged here, by the way. This is stupid. By the way, so here, I'll show you right for an example. Right here, I go into this. Trigger comes out of her dash. I dashed a second time. I dashed at the gold meter. I dashed right at the gold meter because it did the thing. I dashed. That was me dashing. I get hit regardless. I got hit. I'm not done yet, bro. I'm not fucking done. I'm not done. I literally, on this instance, dashed right at the gold. Somehow still got hit. I think I might have actually been a slight frame off. Either was a frame, I might have been a frame off or a frame early. But here's the thing. I could not get out of her fucking animation to dash on the absolute perfect time. That was the problem. There is not enough animation cancels for some characters, as I think that's what happened here. I went into Trigger's like dash thing, and then he did it again. It didn't go off because I think I just got out of the animation, and so it hits me. And this pissed me off when this happened, because the fact this fucking happens, and it happens so fucking often. That's another thing. There's not enough animation cancels for characters. I was playing the other day with Coleta, and I was doing my dash attacks because Coleta's whole fucking kit is her dashing. And for some fucking reason, the game, I would do my dash. The enemy would do a drill attack. If you guys know which boss I'm talking about, would do a drill attack. I'm mid fucking dash. I do my attack. The enemy goes for a drill attack, and then I take damage. Because when I'm out of my dash attack, then I take damage. Because I don't have invincibility frames afterwards, and the enemy has no stagger. So I take damage. And Coleta can't animation cancel after her dash and her combo move after. But I don't know what attack the enemy's going to do. It's genuinely frustrating in terms of the gameplay because I can tell that it's not perfectly programmed. And almost, I think that the reason why characters like Miyabi exist who have auto parry or who just need like an EX2 parry on very specific occasions. Because Miyabi can dash and then parry, and she can auto parry as long as she has that thing up. I might be wrong. Someone can correct me if that's the case. But genuinely, the lack of animation, either animation canceling or iframes, is actually very frustrating. Like, I really fucking wish they would fix this shit because it feels like the characters who have the animation, like the animation cancels or just those auto parries are intentionally designed because it's make a problem, sell the solution. And then hide it as it's a skill issue because, well, you should have just dodged or done something else or you should have parried the attack. There's like 500 arguments people will try to make to justify if the game is perfectly balanced or not, but I ultimately feel like in this case it's just not. I don't like the system because someone would definitely sit here and be like, oh, well, you should have parried this attack. Oh my god, dude, I see the problem now. My fucking dash wasn't up when that happened. My dash was not up when that happened. I hate the dashing system. I really wish that... No, it was up. I take that back. It was up. I don't know what the fuck happened there. You will start noticing. This is why when I bring this back to the point I was talking about, you'll notice very quickly with specific characters in Zenless that they just simply characters just are like enemies do dumb shit, and the moment that you have broken characters who don't care about the dumb shit enemies do, you almost just feel frustrated going back to playing normal characters because you're gonna sit there and you're gonna be like, bro, why am I not animation canceling here? Because those characters were not designed with that animation canceling in mind. Excuse me. Those characters were they were not designed with that intention. Only some characters have them, which gives so many other characters a weakness compared to others. I hate it. I really wish they would just fix that, but I don't think they want to because it's a feature, not a program. As somebody said, everyone says they hate it in the comments. Someone says, now imagine Hollow Zero where ether activity that hides the gold red lights, you would have to pay attention. Yeah, max intensity Hollow Zero is no fucking joke, but I have done it with the Cunning Hairs. It's still doable. Love Hollow Zero. So, I'm going to say this about Zenless's gameplay and enemy design. That is why I don't use broken characters when I farm. Or that's why I don't use broken characters when I farm. I just farm just so I don't have to deal with that problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's genuinely frustrating how enemies function in this game because so many characters are clearly not designed with the intentions that people think. I thought for a while that I was just having a skill issue until I noticed that I dashed with Coleta into her parry, like her whole thing. Coleta's whole thing is dash counter. Is her just dash counter thing. And I did that, and the enemy did a drill attack, and Kaleda finished, and she had no invincibility frame, so she took damage. I couldn't predict it. There's no way I can predict that. My only way is to just not do that with Kaleda at that specific moment, but then that I can't use the character. So ultimately, I think that Zenless's gameplay is very flawed and is very frustrating without the super meta characters. It's not a deal breaker, though. It's not a deal breaker because what you'll start learning, at least, is that those attacks that you can't cancel out normally don't do a shit ton of damage. But also, there's just always a way to get back up, really. It's going to be frustrating, I will say. You will notice this pretty quickly if you're not using broken characters, how difficult the combat systems are, and that it feels like you're taking damage for no reason. But I don't think it's entirely a deal breaker. I've harped a lot on the characters themselves and the mechanics, and Harden's made it out to be some horrible thing. It's frustrating. My grievances are because of how frustrating Zenless's systems are and how frustrating its combat mechanics are, but they're not so ungodly frustrating that you can't find enjoyment. Like I've said,
Don't just think about it.
characters like Nicole have like special moves that she can do. If you hold her EX down and then rotate the circle, she'll sit down on her box and do an extra charge.
I have 2 guns, so
Billy just has a shit ton of invincibility frames. I can actually go on with the roster itself and just talk about every good thing every character has and what's really fun about them. Like, Ben is a fucking disgusting monster when you know how to build him. He just parries shit and kills. Zenless, there is enjoyment with the gameplay. And while I do think that character designs are problematic because there's a shit ton of just unbalance, I don't think it's a full deal breaker to say, oh yeah, Zenless's gameplay sucks. It's not meta heavy. It's not like characters can't be successful. And it's not like you're going to have such a severe problem with getting hit by random attacks that you're having to like specifically restart missions. You will on some S ranks in the early game, but the S ranks requirements started kind of fading out with past chapter 4, so you won't have to worry about most of that. It won't be a big problem. So again, I've harped on it a lot because I have a lot to say about the problems of Zenless. The ZZZ Glazers have kind of pissed me off because they just won't let you criticize the game, but I wanted to talk about some problems Zenless has, and I wanted to mention specifically the gameplay is a problem. But I don't think these are deal breakers because, as I've said, you're not going to notice this as much when you actually get to some of the harder things, especially even if you're using super laid-back characters, because I still run my Sokaku DPS team, and she's fine. It does get frustrating with her really confusing invincibility frame shit, but it's fine. It's really not a big deal. I know I've probably over-exaggerated it, but it's not a big deal to where I think it's such a bad deal breaker that there is nothing of like value in the system. I think that it can actually be a very interesting and fun one. And I also haven't touched base on this, but some characters do have some really cool shit that they can do. I want to go in depth so badly to show you some of the cool shit characters can do. But I can't because this video would literally take all day. Because there's that many characters in Zenless. But every character has their own unique playstyle. No one else plays the same. And that also makes team comps always feel very unique. Haramasa is a very fun character because he has a shit ton of dash attacks and a shit ton of requirements that can get some really cool damage outputs. I'll actually just to show you, just to actually give some good insight to Zenless's gameplay, I will just play the boys versus Bringer and just kind of show you the kind of cool shit that you can do with some of the characters in this game. Because there's just a lot of flashy, a lot of just like really sick shit you can do. Yeah, Haramasa's getting a buff too. That's another thing. Hey, don't
I
talk.
fucking hate
Stop
Hugo.
talking over me. Oh, fuck Hugo. By the way, fuck Hugo. Fuck Hugo. Fuck Hugo. Fuck Hugo. Fuck Doppelganger Hugo. I need to go on a whole tangent about Doppelganger Hugo. Fuck that boss fight. Fuck the Doppelgangers. Stop making them. No fucking more Doppelganger characters. I am begging the Zenless staff, no more Doppelgangers. I hate every last fucking doppelganger in this stupid game. I am tired of getting parried. I am tired of getting countered. I am tired of not being able to do shit because the doppelganger has like 5,000 things in their fucking arsenal. No more doppelganger characters. No more fucking doppelganger characters. They suck ass. They are the worst thing to ever fucking hit this game. Doppelganger Hugo is such a fucking snorefest. The stupid twink does like the same 5 fucking attacks, and heaven forbid you play a character that's ranged. Fuck Doppelganger Hugo. Fuck every Doppelganger, including Jane Doe. Fuck this entire thing. Fucking hate every last one of them. I hope to God they don't release a single other fucking Doppelganger. I am tired of dealing with them. Fuck Doppelganger Polka too. Fuck that stupid bitch and her stupid invincibility shit where she sits in one spot, dashes away from all of your attacks, and you just have to sit there like a little bitch while Polka does fucking nothing. It's not fun. It's not fun gameplay. It's garbage. It sucks ass. I hate these stupid fucking Doppelgangers. I seriously hate these stupid fucking Doppelgangers. I hate this stupid fucking design. It is so dog shit. It is so fucking dog shit. I am so tired. Every fucking time Doppelganger Hugo shows up in Hollow Zero, I fucking want to kill myself for how much I just utterly hate this stupid boss. Oh, it's so ass. It's so ass cheeks. It's so ass cheeks. Can't even fucking find Doppelganger Hugo. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is Doppelganger Hugo? Where the fuck is it? Is it Etheric Mutants? That's probably one of those. God, oh my fucking God, I hate the Doppelgangers. I know Doppelganger Jane Doe was in here. Where the fuck is she? Yeah, this bitch. Nah, this bitch, and then this. Why is he Abyssal Enforcer? He's not Abyssal Enforcer. This stupid fucking boss fight. This stupid fucking boss fight. I fucking hate this stupid Doppelgangers. Do not make any more Doppelgangers. No fucking more. These are not fun fights. These are not fucking fun fights. These are so awful. Oh my God. I take back everything I said. You will start hating your life when you have to fight these god-awful Doppelgangers. It sucks. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Fuck these stupid fights. Fuck these god-awful, stupid Doppelganger fights. I never want to fight these stupid, useless sacks of shit again. Doppelganger Polka. Fucking hate Doppelganger Polka. Oh my God. Fucking hate these bitches. We all fucking agree that doppelgangers are annoying. I'm sorry. Every fucking time I complain about doppelgangers, this is one fucking person who's like, actually, I really love the doppelganger fights. No. I don't care about you. I don't care about your stupid opinion. I hate these things. I fucking hate these things. No, but yeah, no, they're all annoying. These doppelganger fights are so fucking annoying. Never want to touch these stupid doppelganger fights again. I never do. I want these gone completely from the fucking game. Don't even get me fucking started. I wish I could show the fucking Grace clip of Hugo literally 5 times in a row parrying me. Actually, no, I think I can. I'm fucking showing this shit. Oh my God. Dude, oh my God, Doppelganger Hugo is so ass. He's so ass cheeks. He's so ass cheeks. Rampant Brute, I'm looking at you. Oh my God, Rampant fucking Brute. This stupid shit, this stupid fucking fight. You're gonna hear me rage really badly. This shit, oh my God, right fucking there. I do a dash attack, okay? I'm doing my Billy dash attacks. He just spins. I dashed at the gold. He fucking just doesn't care. And then he starts doing this shit. He does this shit so fucking much. This stupid pompous twink is so god. He does it again. He does it a fucking again. I go back to wailing at him. I'm like over here with Grace now. He parries me. He parries me. Then he doesn't stop fucking attacking. Oh my god, bro. Imagine when she takes time. Oh my god. Yes. Dude, it's so awful. It's so awful. I hate these doppelganger fights so badly. I do not fucking want any more of them. I really don't fucking want any more doppelganger fights. I'm so tired of them. These are not fucking fun. These are actually not fun. Everyone with broken characters loves them because that's all they're designed for. At the gold, it's better to swap assist than dodge. I'm so used to dodging because of some of the way I normally play the game, but you know what? At this point, I think I'm just going to parry more. I don't like to parry because oftentimes how I'm running my setups, they don't need it as much, and I got into such a nasty habit of parrying so much that I would always take damage. So I kind of just try to like alternate, but it's so fucking hard. It's also the fact that I think the fact that the parry system is inconsistent is an issue. Okay, I'm gonna keep harping too much on. Okay, I think at this point, holy shit, we got no likes. Okay, you know what? I have to take this back. I think at this point, I need to be more honest about Zenless's gameplay. Zenless's gameplay is frustrating as shit. It is very fucking frustrating. Shit doesn't work half the time. And if you don't have broken characters, you're going to notice how much harder the game is to play. When characters depend on Zenless's main mechanics, the game gets very frustrating. It just does. If you play the game and you can sit through it and you can just accept that, you're not going to hate the game. But Zenless's enemy design and Zenless's gameplay just in general can actually just start genuinely like make you tweak the fuck out with its utter inconsistency in just everything. I hated that. I was trying to be nice about Zenless's gameplay, but I can't. Zenless's gameplay is either good or bad, and sometimes there's not an in-between. I want to say that it's good, but like the whole reason I stopped parrying so much is because of the fact that parrying became so it just was, I would get punished so much for it. Because, like, you're fucking, half the time, you're just swapping to a character because the stupid parry is delayed. I'm sorry, I have to just say, Zenless's gameplay is so frustrating when you actually, like, get into the nitty-gritties of it. You're going to notice so many problems. You're just going to notice a lot of problems. You're going to notice how much characters that depend on specific mechanics. I think that's it. Characters like Miyabi don't depend on Zenless's mechanics to be as good. They depend on their own mechanics. But characters who can't be dependent on their own mechanics and have to depend on something that the game makes tend to just be so much more harder to play. Because they don't have... Zenless's mechanics are not perfect. It reminds me a lot of like Sonic Heroes and Sonic Adventure 2. When you first play the games, it's like great. It's like great when you're just playing the games casually, it's fine. But when you actually have to get nitty gritty into like A ranking or the competitive part of it, you will notice so quickly how shit the game plays. Like how badly the game controls. You will notice like you're trying to make simple dashes, all of the fucking sudden you fall off the edge of the map because you clip through the whole entire thing. And I know this because I A-ranked every Sonic Hero stage and almost every single Sonic Adventure 2 stage, and I can vouch on all of these. The games all control like shit. That's Zenless. It controls like shit when the characters you're playing depend on the game's systems, but characters who are independent and just have their own systems are flawless most of the time. I think that might be where Zenless's problem started. It just gave up on itself. So it just started making characters that are basically their own thing. I think that's the best way to say it. If you don't use characters that depend on Zenless's mechanics, you're going to notice... If you don't use characters that depend on Zenless's mechanics, you're going to notice that they perform so much better than characters that do. And the characters that do depend on the game are going to always feel unrewarding to play because the system itself just is genuinely unrewarding. Which sucks because when you saw me pulling off that bomb-ass fucking trigger combo, oh my god, this absolute fire gameplay I had here. This is what you deserve. You guys fucking ready? You guys fucking ready for it? When I was this, look at this shit. Look at this fucking shit. Get out of the fucking... Move out of the way. Move out of the way. Watch this shit. Just wait. Just wait. Just show wait. I'm not done yet, bro. I'm not fucking done. I'm not done. I'm saying I'm not fucking done. Watch this shit. Boom. Oh my fucking god, game. Seriously. Hold on. It's not there. Hold on. Hold on. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Boom. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Boom. Ooh. Boom. I'm fucking like abusing all of Trigger's invincibility frames to dodge everything. I literally abused all of her invincibility frames on her abilities just to fucking pull this combo off. Dude, seriously? Like, this was so rewarding to do. But on God, this is also Trigger just having, like, a shit ton of iframes in, like, a very specific attack. That's why it was rewarding. Do that shit with Coleta, Nekomata, Ambi, Nicole, Billy. Oh, it's going to be 10 times more unrewarding because theirs are not independent of their own system. It's dependent on something else. That's the only reason why that was fun to pull off with Trigger is because it's dependent on her own, or it's independent of her own system, not dependent on the already existing system of Zenless. Which goes, so overall with gameplay, if you're going to play the game, just be prepared. The system is, you're basically playing a Sonic Adventure 2 of a fighting game. So, there's that. I have harped the gameplay for almost an hour now. I can rant about Zenless's gameplay a lot, but that is a weight off my chest about all the frustrations I've had with ZZZ's gameplay. Anyways, so, the next topic to talk about is Zenless's story. Is Zenless Zone Zero, does it have a good story? No. No, it does not. Zenless Zone Zero's story sucks. I don't want to say it sucks, but it sucks. Any instance of something equal to Sonic 06, it's pretty... Zenless, you know what? It's definitely not nearly as bad as Sonic 06. I don't think... It's pretty hard to top Sonic 06. But Zenless is definitely up there with some really annoying mechanics that are fighting itself. So, Zenless's story is the topic we're going to talk about now. We've talked about its game modes. Game modes are great. We've talked about its... I haven't talked about its presentation yet, but we've talked about its design and gameplay. It's not the greatest. There's a lot of room left to be desired. I'm also going to say I think a big reason why people don't have an issue with Zenless's gameplay goes back to the theory of it's a game that gives you the illusion it's skill-based. You're not going to notice the problems in Zenless Zone Zero's gameplay if you're using Miyabi, who is very independent on her own system. But if you're using a character like Nicole, Ambi, Billy, you're going to notice the gameplay's problems because they have to depend on the game systems to be functional. So, its gameplay definitely could use some work. Now, what about its story? Like I said, ZZZ's story is not the greatest. Putting it very bluntly, ZZZ's story is good up till Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is when the story starts sucking ass. And I don't just mean normal sucking ass, I mean sucking ass. One thing in the early design philosophy of Zenless that it does is trying to get you super engrossed in the world of Zenless Zone Zero. By Chapter 4, ZZZ kind of stops doing that. By Chapter 4, the pacing kind of drops. It starts getting really fast pace. You don't have a lot of time to sit with factions before they just start throwing more content at you. Chapter 4 with the Sons of Keladon is one of my least favorite chapters. Most of it is filler dialogue. The rest of it is more filler dialogue. Oh God. I want to talk about the factions later, but to just continue talking about the story, the Sons of Caledon arc is very boring. Even the very emotional scene with Caesar won't make a lot of sense unless you watch her agent story. Because Zenless Zone Zero likes to do something called supplemental storytelling. Most of the game's lore for the agents and for big events that have happened in the history of New Eridu are all locked behind Zenless Zone Zero's YouTube channel. You will have to watch Zenless Zone Zero's YouTube channel in order to get most context for characters. Here's the thing I want to talk about with this system specifically. Here's the thing. This system is not inherently bad. Because we all know from experience with Honkai Star Rail why people really kind of hated it. Because so much of the story was locked behind, or wasn't locked behind, was almost required in the story itself. Character backgrounds, character information was all locked behind dialogue. It wasn't really told in some cases. Honkai Star Rail would tell you the character's backstory in the dialogue itself. But I think they overdid it, and it made it to where it was a lot harder to properly, God, what's the right word? It made it a lot harder to be involved in... Or not hard to be involved, but it was just more difficult because there was so much content you had to read. Honkai Star Rail had that problem where it was a lot and lots and lots of reading that you had to do. And I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. Someone can probably correct me if I'm wrong, because I only played the first few chapters of Honkai Star Rail. But I know people hated how much reading and how much dialogue was in the game. But granted, Honkai Star Rail is a fucking amazing game. It's such a good game to take slow, and I love it for that. Actually, I would totally be down to get into Honkai Star Rail if I ever could get the damn time. There was so much content in the game if you were willing to go out of your way to find it. And that was like... It was good, but then I remember hearing about how Honkai Star Rail got even worse with the filler content. We think Zenless's filler content is bad. Honkai Star Rail, I know, has it 10 times worse. But anyways, most of characters' backstories and lore are locked behind fucking YouTube videos. The problem I have with this is that the game assumes you have already watched these videos, and they assume that you know what the character's backstory is. And that's kind of the problem. It makes an assumption that you know the context. And then it depends on you knowing the context because it starts using that in the game itself. So why is this a problem, you might ask? So the issue that Zenless will have with this system is because the entire system... the reason why the story has this problem is that you don't have the context if you don't watch the videos. So characters start talking about things that you have no idea have happened. And the main focusing of the plot depends on you knowing the context. So the game just assumes you've watched the YouTube videos. But let's be real here. 95% of us have probably not watched the YouTube videos. And that becomes the problem. Is that it's supplemental storytelling, and it does this super fucking badly past chapter 4. There's some things with Chingy and a couple other agents that's locked behind some YouTube videos, but they're not super important to their... Well, they're important to their lore, but the story doesn't leverage it as something you have to know. But, like, you're not going to really feel... I didn't feel anything at the Caesar scene at the end of Chapter 4 where she rides her bike off into the lava pit, which I will let the reader actually know what the fuck that means when the time gets there. I didn't feel anything because while it was supposed to be sad, you won't know the relationship between Caesar and Lucy unless you watch the agent story. Unless you watch the YouTube channel. That's the problem. There is no context, and the game doesn't provide it to you. The game just assumes you had the context, but you don't. And that's the issue. It keeps jumping to the conclusion you know the context. And now, granted, past chapter, I think the epilogue, Hugo they did such a good job with because they integrated his story into the gameplay, or not into the lore itself. They integrated Hugo's backstory into the lore, or into the actual story itself, instead of relying on a YouTube video. But I think you still had to go to the YouTube video for Vivian, which I can't remember, because I haven't reached the Vivian part of the story yet. So, and then everything else from here is hearsay, but I know people have really bitched about Season 2 sucking ass past the first part of Miasma. Everyone praised Spook Shack for being like the peak faction, but I don't think anyone actually kept that energy whenever Yidhari released. I think Yidhari, and then everyone started crapping on the game, saying, "Oh, it's so bad." Someone says that the Vivian part, you're not there yet. I think I'm kind of on the Vivian part. I'm not entirely sure. I'm on the Vivian part, but I think they haven't really gone super duper in depth to her backstory. They've only talked about some of her trauma with the past, but they're not going enough into her actual development or why she's here in New Eridu. They can kind of get that off with Lycon because he just leaves his entire past up into mystery. But other characters like Caesar, Zhuyen, Qingyi, I feel like they all need to be in the game itself. And that's kind of the problem. It's very supplemental. And I know that in Season 2, people said it did not get better. I'm only just now approaching Season 2. Because unfortunately I don't play. It's in the next part? Okay, so I'll take your word for it whenever I get to that point. But even, oh my god. Ambi and Soldier Zero, Ambi, and Trigger have it so fucking bad. They just randomly show up in the story with no fucking context, assuming you've played their agent story. The game just assumes you've already played their agent story, which sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. They're just like, oh, you've already played their agent story. You've already watched their YouTube channel. You know these characters, right? No, I don't. And it's the same thing with Astra Yao. I think if her YouTube video explains how how she knows Weiss, but it's not explained in the story, not well enough for me to have fucking done it. And for you guys most of you should know, I normally read the dialogue. I've gotten into the habit of skimming it because, most of it's actually just straight up fucking nonsense. But in stories, I tend to read it unless it's clearly just filler. Which so much of Zenless's main writing becomes filler at so many big points. So Zenless's story, in the very beginning, I'm going to say this. Belobog is my favorite faction because... Oh, that's how she knew him. Oh, that's how she knew him? I don't even know how they met. Oh yeah, no, that's how in the agent stories are how Trigger and S-Ambi got to know each other, or Trigger and S-Ambi got to know Weiss. Well, Ambi already knew Weiss, but still, it's not explained anywhere until you get to their agent stories. But the game doesn't make you play their agent stories, so you don't fucking know the context. It constantly assumes you've already done something. And that's so bad for a writing narrative perspective. But worst of all, the absolute worst offender of this shit is... Fuck, my throat is so damn sore. The worst offender of this, again, as I said, was Astra Yao, who I think you don't even get to know how she knew him unless you watch the fucking trailer. I sincerely have no fucking idea what is going on with Zenless' storytelling. It, to me, just straight up sucks. It's really bad. And I don't want someone to say crap like, good storytelling in a gacha game. Have you played Limbus Company? Have you played the first 4 books of Fire Emblem Heroes? 3 books. Book 4 sucks. The first 3 books of Fire Emblem Heroes? Have you played Honkai Star Rail? Genshin Impact? I think there's plenty of gacha games that can have good stories. I'm not talking about fucking Summoner Wars in terms of its shitty story. Because Summoner Wars is a gameplay over story kind of game. I'm not talking about Summoner Wars Chronicles. I'm talking about... there's many gacha games that don't have good stories. But Zenless is a Hoyo game, and most Hoyo games have decent stories. Zenless' story sucks. And the problem is that the story didn't always used to suck. Belobog was a great faction. But it wasn't an interesting faction, which was the problem. Public Security was a great faction. They got interesting when Jane Doe released. Victoria Housekeeping, super sneaky and stylish. But the problem that Zenless started having was people constantly complained that the factions weren't interesting enough. That became a massive problem. And why in the very beginning people said that Zenless was boring. People said, oh, the game's not interesting. The factions aren't interesting. They're just regular people. But that's the point! That's the point! Why does every fucking faction have to be some big glamorous thing? And that goes on to my next point that we're going to talk about. About Zenless' faction system. So, because it's very relevant to the story of ZZZ. Sorry, no Caesar King gulps. Someone just left after that. Zenless' faction system is a big part of the story. And I'm going to talk about how much I hate these fucking factions. For the most part. I don't hate them, actually. There's actually a handful I really fucking like. And I'm going to go a bit more in depth to tell you how they are perfect for Zenless' world. So the Cunning Hares are a low-income faction. Nicole was an orphan. Ambi was also kind of an orphan. And Billy was kind of just a wanderer. A big thing with this faction is that they really tell the story of New Eridu. A fun part about Nicole is that she has a flip phone, which is also known as the broke people phone. When most people have iPhones, Nicole's running off of her broke people phone. One thing about this faction is that they're broke. They're low income. They live in poverty. But a big thing about New Eridu City is that it only survived because it's rich. So it makes sense that you have a faction that's super low income, and some of them that lived off the fucking streets. Look into Belobog. Belobog is my favorite faction in the game. I think I have a gut feeling that Belobog was originally, like, Ben. I feel like Ben was originally supposed to be Coletta's dad. I feel like that was the original intention. And that's why not only is Belobog's logo a bear, but also why Coletta wears bear ears. I low-key hate... There's one thing, I'll talk about this in a second. Belobog is the, like, medium... What's the right word? Belobog is the middle-class faction, the 9-to-5 workers. And I love that, because they represent kind of more of a realism. They're technically... This is a real-life situation, or it's something you see in real life. It's actually your favorite faction. Yeah, Belobog is my favorite faction because of it. They're very realistic. They're just like middle class. I keep on saying medium class. They're mid-class workers. That's all they are. But that's kind of but they do such cool shit with it. Grace should have been a mech character. We'll always stand by that. Coletta fights with hammers. Anton fights with a drill gun. Ben fights with a fucking pillar. And you know what? Grace should be a mech character, but she fights with a nail gun. They're your like middle class people. And they're fighting. That's just unique. It's realism. And in the world of Zenless, where the wealthy are the only people who really have a say in anything, I think it's perfect. I think it's fucking cool. They had so much potential. And I also think, like I said, I think Ben was supposed to be Coletta's dad at some point. Because Ben is missing an eye on his left eye. Yeah, it's his right eye. My bad, I'm dyslexic. And then Coletta's got an eye patch on her right eye. I feel like this is entirely because it was meant to show a correlation between the two, because Ben's also the accounting and he works pretty heavily with the Kaleda. So Ben's the left eye of Belobog, Kaleda's the right eye of Belobog, and they're both kind of two different personality traits that like are very like captivating of the vision for Belobog. And I think that's why she wears bear ears. But I think that idea was scrapped for whatever fucking reason, and they took a different narrative approach, and now this whole design philosophy is lost as for why fucking Ben doesn't have an eye. So I can't fucking tell you. I also think making Ben be a dad, especially Koleda's, I think would interfere with a lot of things, and that's probably why they cut it out, because they have to establish that parasocial, which we're going to talk about in a second with character writing. Belobog is a fire faction. Then we get into public security. So we're going to talk about Seth here. Seth is public security, and this is the police officers. Perfect. What do you expect in a world? And they do so many cool shit with the police officers, too. Seth fights with a baton. Shinji fights with a fucking nunchuck. Zhu Yan has a gun. They knew the fucking idea here. They knew. They fucking... They knew what they were doing with the fucking factions. You make boring things in real life cool. That is such a peak design philosophy, and I fucking love it. You make the simple things that we would see in everyday life into something cool. We have police officers looking badass and sick and having some awesome-ass gameplay. Especially fucking Shinji. Love this character. My favorite in the game. You turn a fucking middle-class construction company into a bunch of mechanical badasses. You turn broke people living in poverty into like a whole spunky faction full of personality and flavor, which is great because their color schemes are amazing. They're all diverse except Nakamata. She doesn't really deserve to be here. And then we have Victoria Housekeeping. I actually hate the Victoria Housekeeping faction with a passion. Not a passion. I hate a lot of things with a passion. Victoria Housekeeping is almost one of them. The issue I have with this faction is that they're kind of just lame. They're just kind of lame. No, I don't think lame's the right word. I take that back. That might be more of an impulsive thing to say. I think Victoria Housekeeping was... Seth made sure he was a police officer since he could have been someone behind it. So he couldn't have been someone behind a desk. Or he could have been... I think the police officer, the faction was just amazing. Victoria Housekeeping's faction is, I low-key think, where this game started losing the plot. I think Victoria Housekeeping's lore doesn't actually get explained to you until the Hugo chapter. And people still don't seem to understand what the fuck this faction is. Because people think Rina and Lycon own this faction. Rina and Lycon do not own Victoria Housekeeping. They are not the founders of this faction. Lycon works for it, but it's owned by the mayor. It's explained when Lycon talks about the auction during the epilogue with Hugo. Victoria Housekeeping is a faction that is meant to be like it's a government ran thing that I think was meant to help people who were in crisis after the old Eridu's collapse. And I don't think that they're bad per se, but this is where the game started low-key losing the plot. Because they're high-classed maids and butlers. And I want to say so badly that it works because it's turning maids and butlers into something really fucking cool. But I feel like the best part of Zenless was the fact that it was turning just basic bitch people into something cool. And then we get Victoria Housekeeping and then this high sophisticated faction. And you have a big hunk wolf daddy butler. And then you have a super stealthy assassin maid. I think these are cool. And then you have Corin. And then you have Ellen. Where's she at? Where's Ellen? And then you have Ellen. This is where the plot was becoming so fucking lost. Okay, Ellen, she is a high school girl working a side job. You know what? Why is she a maid that's also fighting Aetheros? This is where the game got so confusing. What the fuck is Ellen's backstory? I've heard 500 different things about Ellen's backstory, and I'm positive 95% of them are headcanons. They're not bad, but they're just there. We need more lore about them. We did. That's why the plot was getting lost. We don't know anything about most of the faction. We barely know anything about the faction. We know it was founded by the mayor. What it is, where Ellen and Corin stand in it, is not there. What the fuck is Ellen's backstory? I've watched her music video. I've done her agent story. The only thing I haven't done is her trust event. So if there's some information about Ellen and her trust event that I missed, feel free to correct me in the comments or somewhere. But literally, Ellen makes no sense. Did she lose her parents in Old Eridu, or was she born in New Eridu? Or was it somewhere between both? Because I'm pretty positive that if Astra Yao was a child when Old Eridu collapsed, there's no fucking way Ellen was alive during Old Eridu's downfall. Astra Yao's got to be in her mid-20s. The ages are a problem. I will say this. I don't know who the fuck anyone's ages are. Zenless's age writing is very weird. I know from as someone who is a writer myself, I can tell you it's a real big problem. Yeah, we know almost. So as everyone's pointing out in Twitch chat, because I unfortunately don't have an overlay set up yet, because I've not gone through the needs of doing it, which I'll have to do here soon. Corin's terrible in the story. Who the fuck is Corin? She's supposed to be based off Frankenstein. People say she's died. It's not told anywhere in the game who the fuck Corin is, where she's from, why she's part of Victoria Housekeeping. We know nothing about her, and you don't even learn it in her trust event. It's so confusing. I could not tell you what this character is. Their whole faction, they are running off of aesthetics alone. They are the biggest flavor over substance class. Rena, Esper says that Corin died and was brought back to life. And I think that was the headcanon most people had, because there's no information about her in the game. She doesn't have it in her trust event. She's got no music video or agent story. She literally does not have background. We do not know where the fuck she's from. She got surgery due to the scar. I think people's assumption is. And she's very pale. But I couldn't tell you what Corin's from. I couldn't tell you what her backstory is. And I think Ellen has it worse. She works as a hollow investigator for Victoria Housekeeping, and I just need to ask why. She's a high schooler. Why is she working as a maid? Honestly, I think Ellen would have been a great example to make a fucking convenience store. I think that would have been a great example to make a convenience store be like an underground hollow investigation, like a hollow investigator. Like an underground, hollow hollow raider. And Ellen worked for them. That would have been fucking cool. That would have stuck with the design philosophy of it's just everyday things that are much more badass. But this is why I say Victoria Housekeeping started losing the plot. Because every dynamic up until that point hits this point home that Zenless Zone Zero, how these factions were functioning. And then we get this high sophisticated maid and butler service where there's two children who work it and we know little to nothing about their lore. The only person who has decent lore is Lycon. And it's very clear why he has that kind of lore. Let's be real here. But Ellen's lore is super fucking hit or miss. She's even ambiguous about it in her own agent story. There's probably, and I know for a fact someone's going to try to tell me that, oh, no, Ellen's this, Ellen's that. Until you can provide me where exactly it states anything about Ellen, I can't believe a single claim about Ellen's actual backstory or lore. Because I have not seen it anywhere. I have not seen it in her trust events, because again, I haven't done most of them yet. And I have not seen them in her agent story or her music video. So someone would have to point it out directly, because I can't just keep taking baseless claims about this character. I think a lot of people have headcanons, but I don't think any of them are true. And that goes into another headcanon about a problem with this headcanon. Like I said, Lycon does not own Victoria Housekeeping. That is not said anywhere. I think people assumed he did because he was the only person you interacted with that seemed like he would have owned it, but it stated in the epilogue of Hugo that Lycon doesn't own it. It is, in fact, the mayor, I think it's not. It's the government or the mayor. I think it's mayor, just not Briggs. I think it's the governor. I think it's the governor who owns Victoria Housekeeping, but they don't have any information as to why. It's just they are a high sophisticated faction. I could not tell you why, but people also think that Ellen and Lycon, that Lycon adopted Ellen. They didn't. Lycon did not adopt Ellen. That's not stated anywhere in the lore. But it seems weirdly implied. Someone also told me that Lycon's the PTA at Ellen's high school. I haven't seen that either. I really haven't seen it. I am starting to think the community is just headcanoning things, and they're trying to it was Mayflower. It was the Mayflower. Yeah, the Mayflower started Victoria Housekeeping. But then people said Lycon is Ellen's that Lycon adopted Ellen, but then Ellen refers to Lycon as boss, and then Lycon doesn't ever seem like he interacts with Ellen like he's a father. Other than the few scenes where he carries her home, but come on, that's Lycon. He literally fucking holds you on his chest while he jumps you across buildings in his final trust event. Huh? Yeah, so we have no idea what Ellen's backstory is. But Lycon is not Ellen's father. I've heard so many mixed things about this. But I am positive that Lycon is not the PTA at Ellen's high school. I have not heard that, unless that's in her trust event. But I know it's not in Lycon's trust event, unless I somehow missed it. And people think that but Lycon and Rena adopted Ellen. Again, not stated anywhere. It is not stated anywhere. People think Rena and Lycon are together. They're not. They're not. They have a motherly, fatherly dynamic, but I don't know if that's entirely the case either. I will say early in the story, chapter 1, Ellen does ask Lycon to be a stand-in at her school or something. Yeah, she does do that in a very specific dialogue. You can talk to her while she's on the phone and she'll say something along those lines. But also Lycon, I think in the same sense, told her that he'll only do it if she works extra. So I don't actually know if Lycon, I don't think Lycon is Ellen's father or adopted father. I think it is probably just her boss, and that's just Ellen herself being Ellen. But people have made a shit ton of assumptions, but no, this faction is not they're not together. Rena and Lycon are not together. I think Lycon is the manager of a faction, and then Rena is kind of his second in command in that. He's his own section. He's probably his own section in Victoria Housekeeping. That's what I'm going to assume. So, Victoria Housekeeping, on that note, is where the plot started becoming lost, and I need to pee. Sorry about that. Keyboard spam. Thanks, DJ, to keep the audience entertained. Yeah, Victoria Housekeeping is just a very confusing faction. And like I've said this before, Zenless, I need to talk more about the story. I'm going to talk about this in a second because it'll be very relevant with the characters. But Zenless is very flavor over substance in terms of its main story. Zenless Zone Zero's story looks really fucking good. It sounds really fucking good. it's not good. Like, this is where the flavor over substance started becoming a problem, because Victoria Housekeeping did not need any substance to be good. They just needed the flavor. That's all people bought the characters in the faction for. It just needed to taste good. I always use an analogy of food. Cheez-Its taste really good. There is no nutritional value in Cheez-Its, but it tastes good, and people buy it because it tastes good. That's pretty much the entirety of Zenless Zone Zero's story. I'll go more in depth with that in a second when I recirculate back to the story. But in its faction system, this is so much more apparent, particularly with Rena and Ellen. Or, like, just not just Rena, but, like, this entire faction. And it'll start becoming even more of a problem here in a second. When we talk about... Excuse me. We talk about Sons of Caledon. I hate these voices are getting the voices!
Take me.
Sons of Caledon. Let's talk about the Sons of Caledon. My least favorite faction in all of Zenless. I'm going to go so hard on Caesar here in a second, right now, because I fucking hate Caesar's design. I'm using very vulgar language because I'm actually very passionate about Zenless, and I hate how bad it is. Caesar's design fits this analogy of flavor over substance so well. She is a tomboy with a more feminine side to her. I think that's fine. Let's just look at her ugly design. First of all, I've harped on her for this so many times. These disgusting ass fucking arms. I don't think I'm going to be able to showcase Caesar's ugly arms. I'm harping so bad on arms, but y'all, you have to look at these god-awful arms. It's a jump scare with how bad Caesar's arms are. This faction is so dog shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, this stupid ad. I'm not sitting here. You guys need to see how bad Caesar's arms are. Look at this shit. Look at this ugly fucking shit with her arms. It's so fucking bad. Why am I harping on her arms, you might ask? You mean to fucking tell me that this bitch...
Take me.
This is the main leader of the Sons of Caledon. She carries a shield. She wields a sword. On top of that, she is very well known for lifting shit, driving a bike around, heavy lifting, wielding a sword. Everyone's depiction of Caesar is the fact that she's super muscular, but she's not. Caesar is not muscular. She looks so freaking thin and slender for seemingly no reason. And I don't understand, because the majority of the other characters, or the majority of the biker gangs, are super muscular and buff. Why does she look like this? Caesar King arm jump scare literally carries a giant fucking shield around, boasts about fighting until she dies, and the girl has arms so thin, they look like if she were to punch me, she would do no damage. Now here's the thing. I've heard someone point this out already. Caesar King's arms are mechanical. Can we please fucking stop with the mechanical arms? Please. Please, Zenless. I'm tired of the mechanical arms everywhere. Every fucking where. Where is she? Where is she? Not you.
Take your time.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
You want me to fight?
What is with these mechanical arms? I mean, okay, he doesn't have a mechanical arm, but still, Lighter has fucking fights with something that's the equivalent of mechanical arm. I swear there was another character who had a mechanical arm other than 3. I might be wrong.
Further instructions.
A mission? Take me along.
Is the concert started? Pick me.
Starlight.
No, I take it back.
Fighting? I've got.
I'm at your disposal.
Okay,
We fighting?
never mind. Caesar and Miyabi are the only 2 people with mechanical arms. Oh, I see now. I don't even know if that's a mechanical arm. That might just be a fucking glove. I can't tell. No, that's just a glove. That's not a mechanical arm. That's a fucking glove. I think. I can't fucking tell. I think it is, because I think it's the thing that holds the shield. No, I think it's just a glove. I don't think it's an arm. I think it's just a glove. It's just one for Caesar. I don't think that's a mechanical arm. I think that's a glove she uses to hold the shield. I'm gonna be even more honest. That might just make it worse. If she has a fucking mechanical arm, a metal arm, your arm is going to biologically compensate for that, because that is heavy things it's going to have to constantly lift. Why couldn't she be more muscular? She has the most masculine personality. This could have been a fucking muscular ass character, and she's not. She's so uber thin and slender. And it's kind of low-key gross. Literally, look how ugly these arms are. For a character who constantly lifts a shield, she has the worst anatomy in this fucking game. And I hate it so much. Her design sucks so much ass. And the fact that we were robbed of a more mechanical, of a more, fuck, I can't spell. Caesar muscular. Why? Oh, I spelled it backwards. Caesar. Destroy it. What the fuck? Where is like the concept that someone had of more muscular Caesar? I wish I could find it somewhere. We were robbed of buffer Caesar. I kind of don't like this art. Well, unironically, she looks more buff in her fucking cinema art than she does in her model in the game. And I think that's because they just wanted to save on production value. She lost her arm in the fall of the old Capitol, and the one with the mechanical arm you're looking forward to for his Nekomata. I don't think she did lose her arm. If it is, I've watched her story, unless it's in Bernice's agent story, which I'm just now doing, or in her trust event. In her trust event. If it's in her trust event, then maybe. Look at these fucking slender arms. They're gross. I don't know, where does that said? Because I know, again, a lot of people make claims about Zenless characters, and there's nothing that actually supports it. And even so, if it is metal, her whole arm is going to be more buff. It is compensate, like, for how heavy that metal is, her upper arms are going to have to carry it. It's in her trust event? Okay. I will take your word for it, but I still don't think that justifies. I don't think that justifies it, because again, even I don't know how the fuck Rey is more buff than Caesar. Even more so, like, her fucking cinema art, she's so much more defined. Ew. Is this the unofficial subreddit? This fucking is. I hate these motherfuckers. The ridiculous part is that Rey doesn't even have muscular arms. She's just normal human arms. And yeah, seriously. They intentionally gave her slimmer arms. For what fucking reason? And believe it does it. I know. What fucking reason did you give her such slender arms? It really makes her look stupid. She looks horrible. Again, this is a flavor over substance thing that Zenless is doing. She looks cutesy and cuddly and adorable, and she's this tomboy, but no. She only embodies it in a few aspects of her design. She's lacking it in every other place. And I hate it. This is when the design philosophies of Zenless started fucking falling apart. I can make an exception with Grace because of her kind of position, but she is lifting metal. She should be more muscular. Koleda should be more muscular too. Actually, fan art of more muscular Koleda is fucking awesome. I'm not saying that from like the annoying simp perspective, because trust me, I don't simp for Koleda. I'm a strictly dickly over here, as you can see. I may not, or strictly dickly, I say, as I'm a top actually. But regardless, top. Anyways.
We fighting? Take me.
I don't know what their fear of muscular women is. They will not make them. They will not make them. I don't know fucking why. They will not make them. But more on the Sons of Caledon. This faction, when I got here, I have never been more, like, frustrated because I saw so much potential for this faction to be a sick male-dominant faction. And we didn't get that. Instead, we got Piper. I hate Piper. I fucking hate Piper. This bitch has no place in this game at all. In fact, you know what Piper could have been? She could have been a Bara truck driver. Could you have imagined that? A Bara truck driver. We could have gotten that. Instead, we got a child lolly carrying a hammer. And judging by the creeps in the unofficial subreddit, oh, it did well. Piper has no substance. Her lore is non-existent. I don't know if anyone's done her trust event. I don't remember anything important in it. Mostly because I haven't really done it yet. I wish I could do more of these trust events. But I hate to say it, in the few trust events that I did, they don't fully reveal lore. That's why I'm assuming that that's the trend in most of them. And even more so, I don't know if trust events are the best means of telling a character's story, which I think is a problem. The trust events, well, I'll talk about that later in the story, more about the story. Piper genuinely should not be in this faction. She should be a Bara truck driver, and that's fine. You could leave. I did her trust event. I don't remember anything. It was a long time ago. I don't think Piper has anything important. She's Corin. Who the fuck is Piper? What is she doing? I can see the image. I think Piper, I actually do believe Piper's original design was, like, the design philosophy is that she was actually meant to be an old 80s lady, because I can tell that by the hairstyle. Maybe it's just like my little nerd writing brain. Piper, I could tell, was meant to be an old 80s woman who worked at like a cafe and goes, "Hey, hun, what can I get you?" kind of thing. That's the vibe I was getting. And they just scrapped that and made her a truck driver. I don't know what the fuck the idea with Piper is. I think it sucks ass. I really don't like Piper's concept for what her design is. She honestly should have been a Piper truck driver. She's in Bernice's agent story. I don't remember if something is set up for her. Seriously, why do they just keep neglecting these fucking characters? Lucy, though, I fucking love Lucy's design. If you scrap the majority of the Sons of Caledon, you should keep Lucy and Caesar. They're the best characters in this faction. Make Caesar more buff and just keep Lucy the way that she is. She can get the pass of having slender arms because of the fact that she is meant to be an archetype of character that's like the rebellious, like it's the rebel girl. That's what she is. She's the rebel little girl, and it works perfectly for her. I love her design. I love her character concept. I love everything about her. There was a lot of effort put into Lucy. I enjoy her so much as a character. She fits this faction perfectly. Her rivalry with Caesar makes no sense. It really doesn't. Caesar was like an older sister to her. I don't know why they have a rivalry. I really don't. Bernice does not need to be here. Bernice is so forgettable in this faction. This character, I swear to God, this character is like the most hyper-fixated, oriented character imaginable. I have noticed that people who love Bernice loved her a lot for like a little bit, and then they just left. Like, the hype for her died the moment Yanagi released. And the problem I have with Bernice is that she's so irrelevant in this fucking faction in every lore aspect. You know what she should have been? She should have been a pyromaniac stud bartender. She should have been a stud bartender. Like, what's that one cookie guy from Cookie Clicker? Not Cookie Clicker. Cookie Run. Who is the bar guy from Cookie Run? I think that's Cookie. Oh my God, my spelling, bro. Cocky. No! Cookie Run. Oh my God. God damn, bro. My fucking gram. Cookie Run Kingdom bar guy. Who was the bar guy? There's so many of them. He was a barista specifically. It was this guy. Okay, I've seen some human versions of him. That should have been Bernice. That should have been Bernice. You don't even spell cookie right. Leave me alone, okay? I am low-key shit brain from getting over being sick. I don't remember what his name is, but this guy specifically, he had a human counterpart. That should have been Bernice with the pyromania stuff with it. And she wasn't. What was Bernice? A cutesy, bubbly, lollipop chainsaw knockoff wannabe girl who's got this cute, quirky, and bubbly, girly, haha personality. When she first came out, I made fun of her because my first thing was like, nope, don't look at that. No, lollipop. Oh my god, what am I looking up? Lollipop cookie run. No, lollipop chainsaw. This is the vibes I fucking got for Bernice when she first released, was lollipop chainsaw. And if you look at the fucking like hair position, it's not too far off. It's not too far off. Bernice's design is... Are you trying to search up lollies online? No! What? Are you trying to... Absolutely not. No, I was looking up other really gross things. Anyways, let's not draw attention to that. I am into what I'm into. Shall not be judged. Reminds me of a generic movies blonde character. She low-key is. She really low-key is. And I kind of hate her for it. I really don't like Bernice as a character who follows the jocks. She low-key is the basic blonde bitch who's the fucking cheerleader. That's what Bernice is, and she just does... She feels so useless in this faction. I hate it. She should have been a stud bartender. Piper should have been a bar truck driver, and then Lighter should have just been the mercenary for hire. I think this faction would have had better dynamics if it followed that trend, but we have whatever the fuck this is. And by the way, do I need to jump scare you guys with that god-awful fucking design? Why Disorder is falling off? ZZZ and Yanagi paid the price. Do we need to be jump scared with that one fucking image to show you like how much Bernice's design sucks ass? It's so fucking horrible. I don't understand what the intention with this character was. We gotta find that fucking god awful. We gotta find the artwork. We gotta find the artwork. Oh, it's not this one. It's the other one. We gotta find the artwork. Oh god, not the Caesar King. Where is it? Where is it? We gotta... For those who were at the live the other day when we all had to be jump scared by that really terrible artwork. It was so fucking horrible. Where is it? Where is it? My god, Bernice's design is so bad. It's so awful. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, no, go back. It's somewhere. Please don't. No, we need to remind people of how bad Bernice's design is because it's so trash. God damn it, where is it? Where is her thing? Still missed that game. Oh, it's still there, but... Is it just the promo art? Oh, fuck. I wish I could fucking find it again. Fuck. I'm gonna like spend so long just trying to fucking... I'm actually curious. Oh god, let me see if I can find the... It's some horrible promo art. It's so bad. Hold on. Sons of Caledon promo art. Let me see if I can find... I want to see if I can find... It's... Oh god, it's so terrible. I might just be able to pull it up from my stream, because I remember we spent like a good fucking solid minute looking at that awful artwork. I think I can find it in... I can find... Oh, there it is, there it is. There it is. It's this! It's this! No, it's this! It's fucking this! Bernice is so awful. It's this god-awful Sons of Caledon promo art. It was so horrible. Just wait till Bernice opens her eyes. It's so bad. What the hell is with the hair? Oh, dude, it's so god-awful. I don't... I don't think the art, like, look at her when she opens her eyes. Look at this shit. It's so bad. This artwork is so bad, it's giving the ratchet girls that you would see at a trailer park. It's so terrible, and I don't know what the fuck is up with Bernice's design. She looks like a freaking hooker. She looks like a prostitute. It's so bad. It's so genuinely awful. I don't remember it being like that. I don't think anyone remembers this, because it's so garbage. It's so, like, it's just the artist interpreted this so weirdly. I don't know why Caesar is biting her necklace. I don't know why Piper is looking at me like she's confused. And Bernice is like, you want to go back and take $20? I can hawk to her. I can hawk to her. That eye is distracting me. I just noticed Lucy. She is there. She looks like you would say, get him, Johnny. Get him, John. They all look like trailer park trash. I don't understand. I swear this faction had to have a whole different design at some point because the actual outfits are different. Piper is red. Caesar's shirt is showing her stomach. This is Bernice, and Lucy is a lot shorter in her clothing. This originally had to be a whole different faction. This had to be an entire different faction. Because there is no way.
Let's take a break.
There is no way they kept these designs. For the biker gang aesthetic, there's only 3 people who look like they're in. 2 people who look like they're in biker gangs. Piper doesn't look like she's in a biker gang. Bernice sure as all hell doesn't look like she was in a biker gang, other than maybe the leather jacket.
Want to see the red scarf?
And Lighter can kind of pull it off, but he's an arena fighter. Which, you know what? Let's talk about Lighter now. While we just remind everyone this god-awful promotion art exists. It's so fucking bad. Lighter shows the big problem with the Sons of Celadon, and that's the fact that China either doesn't care about being more realistic. They only care about just making characters attractive. Lighter is the most pale Lighter is the most pale ass fucking character ever in this game. This motherfucker is an arena fighter, and he is so goddamn pale. Bro looks more pale than Corrin, and that's sad. And on top of that, I actually don't think Lighter is hot. I understand everyone's like, oh, bro, Lighter's so sexy. I don't get it. He's got such a baby face. He reminds me of like that one image of Deku from My Hero Academia where like it's Deku with like super fucking ripped abs and then like a baby face. It's like bro has the deepest voice imaginable. And then he looks like a fucking nerd at a fucking game store. And that's not Lighter's character.
I'm here, so we're good.
That's not Lighter's character. Yes, he's a dork, okay? I know Lighter's a dork. But then fucking look at his agent story artwork. Look at this motherfucker's agent story artwork. Bro is tan. Bro has nipples. And bro looks badass as fuck. Now I know and I understand that, not all the time do agent stories artwork correlate to how they are in the game. But look at some of these other characters. Chingy's is similar. The only character who really doesn't have it are these fucking a couple. Especially in the beginning. They fixed this. Lighter is tan as fuck in his agent story artwork, and now he's a goddamn ghost white motherfucker. It's because a certain picture with his shirt off. Doesn't he have a different color in his agent story? I don't know if he is tanner in his agent story, but I know his promo artwork is a lot more tan. And the problem I have is it does not make sense why he's tan. Why is he tan?
See the red scarf?
Why?
Yeah, so we're good.
Why is he so pale? It's so gross, dudes. It's so gross. I want my buff. I want him to look different. I don't want him to look like a nerd. No, this is what I was asking about. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck they were doing with Lighter's design. And the problem I have is that this is an issue with the entirety of the Sons of Caledon. It's not just Lighter. It's Bernice. I'm also I'm gonna mute voices. I'm gonna mute voices real quick so I don't keep getting like talked over. That's input. I'm stupid. Fuck, it's dialogue. Okay. So I can do is like getting interrupted. Okay. This is the problem with the entirety of the Sons of Caledon. It's not just Lighter. It's Bernice. It's Piper. It's Lucy. And then, excuse me, it's also fucking Caesar. That's Orphe. It's Caesar. Excuse me. They're all so palely white. And someone actually talked about this in a video where he was talking about like gacha game character designs and why they tend to be really bad. It's because these are fucking the most attractive standards that people are. People don't find tan people attractive, apparently. I do. Give me a hot stud with a summer tan. Oh, I'm all over that shit. But this is not the standards that people want. It fucking fails storytelling. And that's the problem. And that's why I hate this faction. There's such a missed opportunity. And their whole faction is quick as shit. It's like, their stories is not fucking long. The Cheesetopia event feels longer than their entire, like, chapter. Now talking about Sokaku, and not just Sokaku, but the entirety of Section 6. I don't hate Section 6. I'm going to say this, though. Their chapter was not peak. So many people were like, oh, bro, this is such a fucking climax, bro. Like, jerking off the Zenless devs. It was not that good. It felt super lackluster at the end because it looked like they had so many ideas, but it was at that moment that it hit me why they were not executing so much potential they had. I think the first half of it with Miyabi is kind of fun. Miyabi's low-key a Mary Sue. I'm going to just throw that out there. Someone's going to say, in what reality? Miyabi is a fair Mary Sue just because she... I will explain that later. But ultimately, their faction did not last long. Or similarly, they lasted longer than the Sons of Caledon. The beginning of it was really fun. I did enjoy getting accommodated with Miyabi. I definitely feel like the beginning, when you're actually getting to talk to Miyabi, she needed to be like more distrusting of you than she was. But there's also like a fatal plot error with Section 6. They already knew Weiss was a proxy. Yet they confront him and fucking... They confront him and they're like, you two are suspected of being proxies. And we're going to report you to public security. Honey, Weiss was a fucking proxy for Hollow Zero for the longest time. The fact that they had to use deductive reasoning to figure it out and bring up some information about like correlations with their cases. Yanagi was over here acting like she actually fucking knew what was going on. Bitch is like, I've used my deductive reasoning to point out that you are in fact the proxies that have constructed all of these things, haven't you? Yanagi, if you just walked over to fucking Sector 0, they would have said, oh yeah, they're proxies, they work here. They had such a fucking fatal flaw with that. I don't know how the fuck they screwed that up and how that was an oversight in the story. If there was some other reason, I'm pretty sure it's stated that even Rei knows they're proxies because she works one-on-one with them to explore the fucking hollows. That was the whole thing of going into Hollow Zero in the first place, was that they needed proxies. And wasn't it that they were like, if you don't cooperate, we're going to report you to the police? I don't even remember. That's at the very beginning of the story. So if I'm missing something, someone can feel free to correct me. But I am pretty sure that Section 6 already knew they were proxies. That was a stupid oversight. To save some scroll time, just click on the faction. Just click on the mouse. I have my controller as the problem. So I might have to disconnect my controller real quick. and force it to switch. Oh, I think I just. It will not switch to my mouse. It is assuming I have my controller plugged in. It will not switch over. Anyways, I'll just have to keep using my controller. Hold on. I think I can filter them though. I think I can filter them. Oh, yeah, I can just filter them. Yeah, I can just filter. Oh. It's okay, I can just filter. Miyagi over here, I fucking hate that. That chapter was such a missed opportunity. It really freaking was. It had so much potential to be good, and it just really wasn't as good as it could have been. I'm not going to say that it was unenjoyable, because Section 6 did a lot of, like, they had a lot of cool concepts at play there. I did really enjoy the section where you got to, like, talk with Miyabi more. But then they had that really annoying, like, Miyabi actually kind of low-key likes you. You know, I definitely didn't just try to, like, run you off the fucking road, but now we have to work together. There was just a lot of missed potential with that specific part of the story. And that sucks so badly. I wish they did more. And then worst of all, when it came to the rest of that, the very final climax of chapter 5, I genuinely was thinking that they were going to, like, give me some cool shit. Like, haha, hey, here is, like, all of the other, like, you get to have, like, a whole section where you play as all the factions from this season, and then you get to, like, make your, like, to help Section 6 get to Bringer. There was so much potential, and it was in that moment I started realizing that these story missions are not meant to be epic. They're really meant to be trials, like glorified trial sessions. So that way you get attached to the character and that you want to keep playing, like you want to pull for that character. They are glorified trial sections. And I got so disappointed when I got there because I'm like, really? It's just a glorified fucking trial. It was a bummer. In terms of the fact, I don't have any real gripes with the factions designs except for one character, which I'll talk about in a second, because I actually think Section 6 has a really unique faction. I think Yanagi's design is fucking awesome. Harumasa, I think, is really cool. And I actually kind of like Sokaku. I hope they give us a male Oni, though. I hope we get an Oni faction, really. I do. However, there's one character that I haven't mentioned, and I'm going to briefly talk about her. Miyabi. I've already brought her up in previous videos that she was kind of the reason why the game started falling off because of how much shit. Miyabi, this is going to more retain to the community, so I'll save that section when it comes. Miyabi's design is not that good. People keep saying she's peak, she's peak, she's peak. She's not. I'm going to humble Miyabi here. Like, I'm going to utterly humble Miyabi's design. Her design is not that good. You want to know what's not good about it? Her color scheme is consistently blending in with itself. Miyabi is blue, black, white, yellow. That's it. A few things will stick out on her design, like her bits and pieces of red that don't really contribute anything, and then like the slightly non-blue talisman that she has somewhere on her outfit. People keep trying to tell you that Miyabi's design isn't boring and that it's so good. It's just not. Everything in her color scheme blends in with itself. That's a problem. It blends in so well that like your eyes low-key gloss over features. Also, her ears are the only fucking aspect of her that is a fox. That's also what I really hate about it. Because here's the thing. No other Thyron, I think, has that problem. Like half Thyron. We're going to look at half Thyrons because Miyabi's half. Seth, ears and a tail. Ellen, just a tail. But it's so big, it compensates for the fact she has nothing else. I don't know if she's full. Monato, ears and a tail. Yadhari, really, she's an octopus, but she has so many tentacles she compensates for it. I don't know if she's a rabbit or not, but she has... I don't know what her animal is. I don't know what it is. She's got a big fluffy tail. Close enough. Jane Doe. honestly, Jane Doe has a long tail that gets very heavily emphasized in the game, that she uses it even for combat. Miyabi just has ears. She's not doing Fox very well. She probably has a tail somewhere. It's probably under her skirt. Maybe. I don't fucking know. It's not shown anywhere. Her ears are the only thing that stick out on this design. If you remove the ears, this is what Miyabi kind of looks like. I don't know if I like it better or not, but she looks even more boring with it. Miyabi's design, it's boring. Miyabi is a very boring character. Shungus is a horse? Jesus. Oh my god. Christ. I know, people are already leaving because how dare I insult fucking Miyabi. Miyabi is not that fucking good. She's not that interesting in her lore, and her design is not that good. I'm going to show you the same person who does Miyabi's design. Sorry for the jump scare. I'm going to show you a character who does Miyabi's design, except they do it better. You want to see my absolute fucking goat? Sakura Shinagi. Here's the other version of her. Well, not the other version. This was from the 6th game. This is Sakura. Sakura Shinagi. You want to know why? Sakura does the same thing that Miyabi does. She is an incredibly traditional samurai swordswoman. She's a fucking badass, by the way. Absolutely fucking love this girl. And you know what's better? She's from a dating sim. This bitch is from a dating sim. This girl is from a dating sim. You want to know why I say that? She's in a dating sim where, obviously, you're going to expect characters with big cleavage because that's going to sell the dating sim. But let's just talk about Miyabi. Oh, Miyabi's a traditional swordswoman. Bitch has fucking boob jiggle physics. She's a character who has no fan service. Shut the fuck up. She absolutely does have jiggle physics. She has boobs. And you know what? Her boobs are also very noticeable on her design. They should have made her flat-chested. Like every other traditional swordswoman who wants to practice this modesty element. Yet they didn't. And you want to know why they didn't? Because they did add fan service. No, Miyabi is not a traditional swordswoman. This is a fucking traditional swordswoman. This is a traditional swordswoman. This is a traditional swordswoman. This is a traditional swordswoman. I would show Gemini, but she's not very a traditional swordswoman. She's from Texas. And you actually know, I think that's funny. Sakura Wars 5? I think it's Sakura War 5. Gemini? Yeah, Gemini. Gemini doesn't even have as big boobs as fucking Miyabi does. And Gemini actually has a hot spring scene. Now, there's other fan service in this game with Gemini specifically. But even in like her base design, and Gemini is also a swordswoman. She's a samurai. That's really heavily emphasized in the game. The rumbling wheel. Love Gemini. Do you know what? She doesn't even have nearly as big of boobs in most of her designs. Miyabi over here, jiggle physics ma fucking gee. With her booby boobness. She's not a traditional swordswoman. She's failing at that. And yes, she does have fan service. I also think her thighs are pretty big. You can probably kind of notice. You twirl her around a bit. I have a feeling if you remove that skirt, there's going to be a fat ass too, like every other female in this game has. Probably because they're all using the same models. Yeah, I know. People are already leaving because, oh, heaven forbid you hate on Miyabi. I don't know what the fuck the attention of this character is. I'll talk about her when I get the community section. But Jesus Christ, Miyabi, her design is not that good. It's just not. And honestly, her lore is not that good either for a Void Hunter. It's traditional samurai lore. You can find this in every fucking... Like, you can go and find this lore in almost every piece of media. Miyabi is not that fucking interesting. However, I don't entirely hate Miyabi, though. I will be honest. Miyabi's character is not bad entirely. I think is not as good as the community has glazed her to be. But she does have a lot of enjoyable moments, especially in her event with the fishing. We love that event. That was funny. Weiss, this can. I think it's a fish. No, Weiss, the fish is turned into a can. She's got some funny moments, but I also think she runs into Astra Yao syndrome, which would be Miyabi syndrome, really, but it was more prevalent with Astra Yao. Miyabi just genuinely has like the most switch up in personality. Her trust event Miyabi is not story Miyabi. Story Miyabi is like a dead set person who's like wants to finish her mission and fulfill her role as a void hunter. Trust event Miyabi is bubbly jokey fox girl. Bubbly jokey emotionally vulnerable fox girl. There's two different fucking faces to Miyabi and they're both inconsistent. I don't like what they did with Miyabi and I fucking hate the approach they have taken with her. I wish they did not do this. But I digress. I don't hate Miyabi. I just feel like this is where some problematic writing started coming into play. I'm going to kind of skim through the rest of the factions that came after this because there's not a lot of stuff to talk about. Because I haven't touched a lot of Season 2. Astra Yao specifically... Astra Yao and Evelyn are two of my favorite characters. Astra Yao's just really goofy and funny, and she is kind of like that in her story. Her trust event is cringe as shit. If I ever have to hear Astra Yao go, I'm hungry, bring me ramen, I'm going to kill myself, and I'll do it on live stream, because that was horrible. Whoever wrote that line was terrible. And Evelyn's fucking amazing. I fucking love her. Badass characters both around. Love this faction. And actually, this is like the one time I'm like, you know what? A faction being all female only is great. I love it. I'm not even going to bother with Obel Squad. I don't care enough about them. The game doesn't care about them. Mockingbird, briefly touching. Vivian's crazy. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Vivian. She needs more lore. More lore in quotation marks. Vivian, I don't know. Vivian's just very... I feel like they could do more, but I'm not going to harp on her because I kind of low-key like how she is in the story. Mockingbird is actually a very good faction in my opinion. I love Mockingbird. I like what they were going with this. But then there's Yunkatsun Summit. I don't think this faction's kind of okay, in my opinion. Jesus Christ. Oh. Spook Shack is just this world's version of the fucking Mystery Machine, or the Mystery Gang, and then Krampus. There's not a lot to talk about with that faction. I haven't gotten there enough to actually like have an opinion, so I'm not gonna talk more about it. But the factions themselves, in my opinion, are just the biggest missed opportunity to be more. I went really in depth with my thoughts with a lot of the Season 1 factions. I'll probably make one when I finish Season 2. But Season 1 factions had a really strong start and they fell off. And I feel like Season 2's factions started doing the same thing. Because similarly, I think they were trying to follow a trend of... they were trying to follow the same trend of Season 1 and it just didn't work. Oh, that's somewhere I don't care about. They were trying to follow the same trend and it just didn't work. So, I digress. Also, Trigger and Soldier Zero Ambi, I fucking love them too. I want to point that out. I think these characters are really fucking cool. Although Ambi, I think, was starting the spandex problem. I don't know why, but I just have... No, that was Evelyn. Trigger and S Ambi are fucking amazing. Love these. I love those two a lot. But the factions in the game are very much like chapters. Starting at chapter 3, when this Victoria Housekeeping comes in, that's when the factions start becoming really fucking weird. Like the design philosophy just starts making less and less and less sense. Then we have the situation of Sons of Caledon. Make no sense. Their designs all suck. Section 6, I did want to point this out. Section 6 is when the fucking supplemental storytelling becomes a severe problem. Section 6 will not fucking give you horror. Like, okay, they do give Haramasa an agent story, but they don't give Yanagi you know nothing about Yanagi unless you watch her YouTube video. You will know nothing about Yanagi unless you watch her YouTube video. The supplemental storytelling gets terrible at Section 6. This is like when it peaks at its worst. So Section 6 overall is when the supplemental storytelling becomes very apparent. Someone who has gotten to season 2, let me know if the supplemental storytelling gets better, because I've noticed they did get better with Mockingbird, but even Astra Yao, so much context is missing unless you also watch her YouTube video, and it's the same thing with Evelyn. Though they do a better job with Evelyn by introducing more of her in the story, and I actually really love the Evelyn sections in the Sons of Lyron chapter. Have I even said that right? Star of Lyron, probably. In Astra Yao's chapter, because the Evelyn sections gave her so much character and so much time. I fucking love Evelyn. There was so much flavor to that. The substance is lacking, but there's at least some there. But even then, like, I think you need Evelyn's fucking YouTube video to even fully understand her. And it's the same thing with Pulchra. I swear to God, the supplemental storytelling gets so bad. So, overall, Zenless's storytelling and factions are very bad. It gets really bad by chapter 3. It'll be really good from 1 to 2, but chapter 3 is when it starts to fall off, and chapter 4 it'll become a big problem, and it won't fix itself until Stars of Lyron, which is Astra Yao's chapter. And I'm also going to say that I only really enjoyed Astra Yao's chapter because of the Astra Yao solo sections, really. It had a lot of flavor with what it was doing. It just lacked depth and substance. But also, that was also when I realized that these story missions are just glorified trials, and that's why they don't want to be ballsy with them, because they want you to play one character as much as you can. And I grew to hate that a lot. That's Zenless starts pulling it out of the rug. Because I actually really like in chapter 1, you get a section where you run into Corrin, and you get to play as Nekomata and Corrin for a section. And then Corrin comes back in chapter 3, and that doesn't happen anywhere else in the story. It might happen in season 2. I don't think it does, but I think it might. But it sucks. It sucks that they were really, really like risk-taking in the beginning, and then they just kind of stopped doing that by like the end of that chapter. Or they stopped doing that by the end. Also, Shungus being a horse, they're trying to fucking capitalize on the Umo Musume craze. Fucking hate it. And then Mockingbird, I have no complaints with Mockingbird's chapter. That was like by far one of the better wrote chapters. So Zenless' story is very flavor over substance. Now I can talk more in depth about it. ZZZ loves to just paint a picture that looks good, but in reality, ZZZ's story is not that. It's just not. Its factions are very confusing. Almost all of them require you to fully know the YouTube video to fully understand them. You will barely get information of them in the story, at least in season 1 characters, as it might be fixed with season 2. I don't know. In terms of the overall story, because sometimes this isn't as much of a problem, in terms of the overall story of ZZZ, as I've said before, it's flavor over substance. The first couple chapters are really good, and it starts to fall off once you get to Victoria Housekeeping. It's not bad at Victoria Housekeeping. It definitely isn't good. They kind of... Oh, God. That's... Sorry. Sons of Keladon is when it gets at its worst. And it kind of just keeps getting worse from there. It really just kind of keeps getting worse from there. Again, I don't know about Mockingbird, but up until that point, you're going to have like a lot of chapters that are just very like kind of flavor over substance. And now here's the thing. You might be able to find some enjoyment in some really bad writing. Like if you're really not wanting a story that's super in depth, because I hate to say this, because it's kind of hard for some gacha players to fathom that some people come to gacha games for stories. Limbus Company, by the way, just going to always throw that out there. Limbus Company's got a great story. Some people do want a good story for their gacha game. And Zenless' story is not that. If you want a story that's more enjoyable, that's like eating Cheez-Its, then Zenless might be for you. And I can agree that if someone wants to play a game and like for that story purpose, I think that can be fine, and I think that's okay. And I think Zenless is good at that, because sometimes you don't want a super complex story. You don't want a super action-packed story. You want one that's more laid back. But the problem I think I have particularly is the fact that it's like, the problem I have is that Zenless is trying to be a more intricate story, and it's just falling short of everything. So I feel like it can be a double whammy. If you don't care about the writing inconsistency, Zenless might be, like, perfect. If you do, Zenless might be not the game for you, or you might just be sticking for the gameplay. I will say agent stories do pretty great. So what's your take about agent skins? Me personally, I believe they hate money. So many. Oh my god, agent skins. I've kind of meshed agents and the story together because they kind of are. But I will say agent stories are a hit or miss. Rena's is bad. I know some people have a lot of emotional attachments because of dementia, but Rena's is bad. Chingy's is actually pretty solid. Ellen's is terrible. I've not played Haramasa. Trigger's is fucking amazing. Lycon's is great. Coleta's is really enjoyable. Grace is lackluster but still good. Nekomata's really just awkward. And Soldier 11's is pretty good. Everyone else, it's going to be hit or miss with agent stories as well. So I can't fully say on agent stories. You might like some, you might not. That's just going to be how they are. In terms of agent designs, they're also going to be hit or miss. Since we're going to have to move on to agent designs now, so basically to summarize my opinion on the agent story, on agents and faction systems in the story. The story is confusing, it's full of plot holes, there's a shit ton of plot loops, and it's just an overall only kind of enjoyable. In terms of agent designs, agents at least do stick pretty true to the factions that they're in. They may not be perfect, but they stay pretty true to the characters that they're kind of meant to represent. Or like a lot of their personality traits, except for the fact that most women have designs that just make no sense. I take that back. Agent designs are only good if you're men. Men are the only characters in this game that have good fucking designs. Other than Nicole, most women just have super lackluster designs. Astra Yao's is actually pretty good. She's also got some cute details. Again, it goes back to the flavor over substance design philosophies that Zenless has. Everything looks good, but when you actually want substance, you'll notice it's not there. Like, again, Rena's design, she looks cool as a maid. She's got no lore. Seth has a really good design. He's got a decent lore. Again, male characters have a lot more quality than the females do. They're just so few and far between. Lucy, you know nothing about her, really, unless I think maybe in her trust event. Soldier 11, Soldier 11's pretty solid. Ellen, kind of mid. Pulchra's is pretty nice. Piper, missed potential. I can't speak. Lighter, missing a proper skin tone. Yanagi, it's okay. I'm trying to look at other characters because I have so many. Chingy's is great. Julien's is great. Seed's meh. Caesar's is trash. Lycon's is good. Sokaku's is good. Grace is good. Ben's good. Anton's good. Coleta's not. Nekomata's not. Nicole is. Billy is. Corin's okay, but she has no lore. Astra's is good. Ambi's is boring, but fine. Again, it's hit or miss with some designs. I think for the most part, they stay true to the factions. They're just proportionally inaccurate 95% of the time. So character designs are always going to be hit or miss for people, but one thing to always remember about Zenless is that it is always flavor over substance. A character might look cool, but I guarantee you they're not going to be cool in the story. They might do one cool thing, but I guarantee you their lore is not going to be that interesting. Like I said, example, Bernice. Like, example, Yanagi. Yanagi's okay. Lucille's kind of meh also. Miyabi's is meh. She looks cool in the story, but she's meh. Jane Doe's design is actually more confusing when you think about it. So, ultimately, character designs are kind of hit or miss. Season 1 kind of carries. I think Season 2 is when designs just really... Season 2, if I remember, is when a lot of people say the designs start falling off. And they do. Look at all the fucking spandex. Look at all the fucking spandex. Not spandex, what the fuck am I saying? Look at all the latex designs. That it starts to become so apparent with characters. There is so much more emphasis on fan service. It starts to genuinely suck ass. that they're like more than willing to sacrifice character designs just to make characters look more attractive. And that's what I kind of hate. I especially hate Jafufu. So, character designs are going to be very hit or miss. And always remember one thing. Characters might look cool. I guarantee you they're going to not be cool in the story. On to the actual question that Insane Boom's asking about character costumes. There's a couple costumes that characters have in the games. Most of them you have to buy. But the few ones we have for free, like Nicole's is fine. It's kind of just a different interpretation of Nicole. And I think it works perfect for her. But then you have really, 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 really bad costumes. Like Jane Doe. Oh, God, Jane Doe. What the fuck am I looking at? This design is terrible. I will say it's cool that the tail actually does connect to the spine, which is actually keeping true with the anatomy of tails. Funny enough, Jane Doe's ass is super huge. It's gone. It's fucking gone. They took my ass. I can't shit no more. Yeah, they have Jane Doe's design. The next one, oh my god, Ellen's costume is so fucking stupid. It actually upsets me. This is the fucking costume they picked. Because here's the thing. This is the one everyone wanted. Why did we want this? It's easy. Someone says it's easier and better to just mod. It's better. They've seen better outfits with the mods. Yeah. Jane Doe has better modded outfits. Ellen got her fucking on-campus outfit. I don't know why Ellen has an on-campus outfit. I don't know why this was the most requested. It just was. Ellen's just was. That's just what people wanted. I don't know why. That's just what people wanted. And then you have Vivian's. I think the color scheme is pretty. The swimsuits are getting very boring. The swimsuits concepts are just getting very boring. I kind of don't like Monato's costume. This one was free, though I didn't get it because I was not at the point of the story to get it. I don't like this one because it's really just a fucking palette swap of Monato. I actually think they should have just given us the evil version of Monato as playable. They should also make the doppelganger variants playable too. That would be fucking cool. They should make the doppelgangers playable. That would be awesome if the doppelganger characters were playable. I believe people were desperate for Office thanks to her. People were desperate for Office thanks to her. Would have been better if the fire was blue. Yeah. Also, don't know what you're talking about, Insane Boom. Some in the comments of my Twitch chat. Oh, some people, I believe people were desperate in the Office for Office thanks to her. I really don't know what you're saying. Beat the doppelgangers enough to get the skin. Dude, that'd be fucking outfit. That'd be awesome. They were desperate for Ellen's stupid schoolgirl outfit for some fucking reason. I don't know why. It was stupid. I actually don't mind Alice's costume's okay, I think. And then also the beach skins really need to end. They really need to fucking end. There's just so many of them. And they all got released at super awkward times too. I don't know why. Shungus over here, her skin's stupid. I'm sorry. Shungus's skin is stupid. It just looks like a palette swap. I don't think any... Oh, and then there's... Again, it's really just a palette swap. I mean, there's more details. She's more classy, but... I don't know. The skins in the game are not really, in my opinion, worth the investment outside of maybe one. And that's like... I don't even know. I don't think there's any of them. Astra Yao's is okay, but I forgot the context of the skin. So overall, character designs are hit or miss, and skins are hit or miss. You might personally like a design, and that's fine, even if the design is like objectively bad, which can be the case. Some people try to argue it can't be, but if there's objectively good designs, there's objectively bad ones. You can't have one without the other. That's an old Taoism saying. So character designs are going to be hit or miss. Some of them might be objectively bad, but you might enjoy them. You might enjoy them. I think Nekomata's is pretty terrible, but you might like Nekomata's design. I think Rina's lore is really boring, but you might just enjoy her flavor. You might just enjoy her personality. Ultimately, Zenless is very, like I said again, I'm going to keep saying this. Zenless is very flavor over substance. It'll always be very flavor over substance. And because of that, character designs are going to be flavor over substance. So keep that in mind. If you're looking for characters who have very in-depth lore, you're not going to find it. You're like in-depth lore with like very unique characters. You're not going to find that real, or like in-depth designs. You're not going to find that past chapter 2. It's just going to start going away because they start taking a flavor over substance approach because they realize that's all it takes for people to play this game and buy skins and characters. That's all it took. So that's the thing with characters. Again, lore is very boring, and also stories are very boring. They're not very boring, but they're just very lackluster and missed potentials. Again, things might get better at Season 2. I don't know. And then just Lucille. I hate Lucille so much. She's so dumb. Do love Alice, though. I do love they're incorporating sororities. I think that's cool. Be kind of cool if Monato was in a frat. I think you would be perfect for that. So, I've covered the story aspect. I've covered gameplay. I've covered combats and enemy designs. Now I'm going to talk a bit about the last few portions of the game. So I'm going to talk about the god-awful grinding system, how much all of us hate it and we want it gone. And then I'm going to talk about the terrible community. I sound like I'm harping on Zenless a lot, but I'm going to kind of talk about why I actually really love Zenless and why all of my hate for it is actually coming from how much I used to really love this game. So, we all hate grinding. Everyone in my Twitch comments can agree with this. We all fucking hate Zenless Zone Zero grinding. It sucks so much ass. It genuinely sucks so much ass. First of all, let me explain to you, for those who will not know, who are interested in getting into the game, how the grinding system in Zenless works. You think you found a gacha game that doesn't have a confusing augment system? You're wrong. This is Zenless's augment system. You have to get resources for all of these materials. You do this by going to the HIA Club and participating in VR, which up there at the top where you'll see my batteries, that's how many you can do. You normally can do about 100 if you manually clear. You spend 100 if you manually clear, which will get you about 5 of a super rare resource. And you can do, right now they have a sweep feature that's for no reason more fucking complicated, because you can't sweep for free. You have to have sweep tokens. I hate sweep tokens in so many fucking mobile games because they are super ungodly unfair. They're more annoying to micromanage. The only times I like them are in non-gacha games, where they're like resources that you can collect. Prepaid power cards. These motherfuckers. You can only get prepaid power cards by participating in, I think, a handful of specific battles. That's it. There's like specific battles that drop them. I hate these motherfuckers. I really hate these motherfuckers. Thought it was ether batteries. You need prepaid power cards and ether batteries, which you make by, I think, using 60 of your energy. You will need to get all the rewards from a manual clear. You will need, because if you manually clear, you'll clear the same stage about 3 times. To get all the rewards from a sweep, you need to clear a stage. You need 5 prepaid power cards, and you need to make 5 ether batteries. Yes, you need both. You need both prepaid power cards and ether batteries. You cannot sweep without them. I'll show you right now in HIA. It's a very stupid mechanic. It is genuinely just to annoy the player. Like if I were to craft... Yep, you can't craft ether batteries without them. You need energy and ether batteries and prepaid power cards. So you can't sweep. You can't sweep unless you spend 5 of these. So that's the only way you're going to get full resources. Again, as I said, this system is fucking stupid. This is the dumbest system ever for a gacha game. It is so monotonous for no reason. Granted, getting these cards is not expensive, but it continues instilling psychological factors that Zenless does, which I'll also talk about here at the end of the video, or at the end of this live stream, about these manipulative tactics that these gacha games use. You need 5 of them to get the full rewards. It's basically preventing you from advancing the game without having the materials. You either need to grind for the prepaid power cards, which isn't too difficult, but the fact that you need to grind for them alone is stupid, or you're going to have to manually sweep. So you're going to have to play the game at some point. You can't just log on and sweep. They don't want you doing that because they would prefer you to spend money on materials instead. I hate it. I think it's very stupid. But this will be the bulk of what you do. You will come over here, you will do your clears. Here's multiple tasks that you can do, and you'll either sweep or you'll manually clear. Or you'll go over here to Elijah, I think that's her name. And you can do one of these, which is to grind for the big materials that I was showcasing with Lycon earlier, with the little, like, big systems. Here's a dumb thing. You can't sweep these stages. You have to play them manually. You can't sweep them. You got to play them manually. Really fucking stupid. Don't know why they keep doing this, but you will have to play those stages manually. As for other things involving character builds, I've already showcased. These are the things you'll have to go for those big stages you can't sweep. These are the ones for the stages you can sweep. By the way, you're going to run out of Denny's, so most of the time what'll happen is you'll be really close to finishing a character's like bottom build, and then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, I don't have the Denny's to finish this, like I have right here. You'll have to grind Denny's for a day. Or someone else can do it for you. I think, can't you put out commissions now? But you still have to spend batteries to do it. You can just basically let someone else clear it for you. I think. Don't quote me on that. Other than that, you have the disc system. This god-awful disc system. By the way, I'm going to showcase one of my more perfect build characters, my Billy. Because when you don't play the game enough, you just have to invest in what you can. Yeah, and you get the reward if someone clears it for you. Yeah, but you still have to spend energy to do it. And you really have to have a good faction to do it. Someone just has to play and clear it for you. This is my Billy. My Billy's fucking great. He could be better, but I think he's fucking amazing. This disc system sucks. I don't even think I can sugarcoat it. This disc system sucks ass. As you can see, my discs are really... Mine for Billy are really good, but... You don't actually get a choice at what substats you level up. It's a random system. That's how we have a +1 in defense here. Right now, I think if I were to try to level this up to get another stat point, let's see what I get. Oh, it goes to HP. It doesn't go to crit rate or attack. It goes to HP. It's up to the RNG gods, as someone says in my Twitch chat. It's up to the RNG gods. You don't know what you're fucking getting. You don't. You just get whatever the game gives you, and you can't fucking say anything about it. And getting discs like this was lucky. This was a super lucky disc to get. Getting discs like this is borderline impossible. You will most of the time get junk. Let me show you some junk. I think I have some junk. Nekomata is junk. HP and defense, flat. You need percentages to have anything meaningful. That was a disc I pulled. This one, anomaly, proficiency, penetration, and HP. Attack, HP, and then flat attack. It's so bad. You get those discs make... Someone says, those discs make me want to kill myself. It is terrible. This is what you'll be doing at the end of the game. You will be sitting there, constantly grinding for discs. wanting to get something that you want, and you won't, because the stupid bitch who runs that shit will not give you the discs you want. The system is genuinely frustrating because, as you see, I got a great disc with Billy, but I could have gotten all 4 of my points into defense, and then I wouldn't have been able to do shit with it. You're not only pulling for good substats and good main stats, especially for your discs over here, you're also having to roll for them to even get the bonuses you need. It's terrible. It's straight up terrible, and I hate it. The W engine system is not nearly as bad. I just don't like it because every gacha game follows this trend, it seems, other than Limbus Company does it too, and except Fire Emblem Heroes. Fire Emblem Heroes doesn't follow this, but it's hard. I can't compare the genres because they're 2 different games. Wait, didn't they change the thing with the music lady for substats? Yes, they did. They did. It's not as good as you might think. It's still super grindy. Because now you can get the substats you want, just good luck having the fucking resources for it. Good luck having the fucking resources to get all those. To get those, so right now, if you want to get like a good substat, you can. Because you can go over here, you can pick your main stat, and then you can pick percentage. Like you can pick the substat you want. Problem? There's a shit ton of resources you need to even do this, which requires you to grind more. I think at most you can probably get 1 a week. You can get 1 a week, and you'll need 6. And that's not even guaranteeing that you will get the substats you need, or that you will level the substats you want up. So, leaving so soon, she'll say. That's not even counting you get the substats you want. It sucks. The disc system is terrible. I hate these god-awful augment systems. I wish they would fucking go away. This is the one thing that kills my fun for the game. This is particularly why you can't run more adventurous builds. I mentioned this at the beginning, that Zenless has the opportunity for really advanced building systems. It's just never there. And this is what I mean. Because you could run DPS Astra, it can be good, but without high investment in these stupid fucking discs, it's never going to work. It's terrible. As someone says, I hate it, but then I remember Genshin's. Oh god, Genshin's grind is so much fucking worse. Yeah, ZZZ might be better than Genshin. I don't want to hear these annoying ZZZ fans trying to compare it to other Hoyo games, because it's just dismissing the problem. It's kind of like saying, oh, well, one president's not that bad, or saying something like, well, this president's not that, or this president's bad, but they're not as bad as the other one. It's still a problem that we keep having bad presidents. And that analogy, of course. If people always want to just try to like, so yeah, I remember the Genshin grind. People want to keep trying to dismiss the problem, but does not do us any good to keep dismissing the problem. So here's the problem that Zenless starts to continuously have. Not the problem. We're done with that. Done with the discs. Back onto the drives, the W engines. I hate the W engine system so much. Let me rephrase it. I don't hate it. Okay, I don't hate it because it's hard or confusing. I hate it because I hate the system in general. I don't like these augment systems. I want them gone. Some people love them. I don't. The W engines are really annoying because while you can get the character you want, you still need to get their W engine, or you need to get a W engine that's good in some cases. ZZZ is my first Hoyo game I've played. I'm glad, if you're going to play a Hoyo game, I'm glad that this is the one you picked and not Honkai Star. I want to say that Honkai Star Rail was genuinely fucking amazing. Honkai Star Rail's not good right now, but it was really great in the start. I'm glad it's Zenless and not Genshin. But the the W engine systems, I hate these augment systems in gacha games. They're everywhere and I can't do anything about it. I still hate them. But this system specifically always frustrates me because, for the love of God, I do not want to have to get the character I want and then worry about like secondary builds for them, it's more confusing because like in this instant right here, like you need the person, in a lot of cases you need the signatures, which like this is Billy's signature, Starlight Engine Replica. This is Billy's signature. Sometimes you don't need signatures, like Astra Yao. I don't think you need her signature. I think Nicole's W engine works perfect on her. But like there's some cases where you don't need them, and then in other cases it feels like not getting them just makes a character slightly worse. It feels like either a character just doesn't need their W engine or they do, and that makes it to where it's like Banyue. Oh my god, I feel bad that I didn't get Banyue's W engine, but I don't fucking have the money to grind for these stupid W engines. That's the problem. That's such a fucking problem. Like, Banyue really needs his W engine to be good. Otherwise, he just kind of starts falling off. Like, so many characters really need their W engine, and if they're a fucking 5-star, you have to pull on their fucking banner to get their special weapon. I hate that Zenless knows they can keep doing this system because people will keep pulling for them. I don't want to keep pulling for these god-awful W engines. I don't want them anymore. Thank God I got his W engine. Yeah. I seriously hate the W engine system. I know it's not as bad as other gacha games. I don't care that it's not as bad as other gacha games. It doesn't alleviate the fact that these systems are terrible and they need to go away. I don't want to keep grinding for fucking stupid W engines. I got Lycons, and that was only from an event that I got Lycons. Oh god. I hate it. I don't know what else to say other than I just straight up hate it. It's not that it's bad, it's just extra things that you have to do. Because, oh, you got the character, but some of them just really aren't good without their W engine. Sometimes they're not even like close to their full potential without their W engines. So if you're going to actually spend money, if you want to get into Zenless and you want to spend money, well, here's the problem you're going to have. Oh my god. The W engine system. Oh my god. You're going to have to also spend money on the W engines. So that's roughly like, if you get really lucky and pull them in the beginning, you might get lucky and pull their W engine. But if you don't, you're probably not going to get it. Or they're probably not going to perform as well as you'd hope they would. And someone says, I don't remember the last time I pulled for a W engine. I don't like to pull for them unless they're for characters I'm already building. And right now, I already have Nicole's finished. The only one I need is Billy, and he hasn't made a rerun yet on W engine banners. There are some A-rank engines that are good enough, like Gemini for Anomaly, but Steam Oven for Stunners. There are some that are good, but they're really just kind of substitutes. They're not really like permanent fixes to make a character good. You have to basically almost spend money in order to get that, or just get really lucky. And I guarantee you, you're either going to be super lucky or you're going to be like super nothing. Like, ask 95% of the people who play this game. It's either it's all or nothing most of the time. So, be prepared. If you want to get into Zenless, by the time you get to endgame, you're going to be basically just building characters. And honestly, it's not bad. It's kind of just a quick grind, really. Dailies are not bad. Dailies in Zenless are really quick. But every time I do my dailies, I want to play more. And I have to realize that there's no more left to play. Which kind of sucks. It feels like I just keep getting tastes. I don't actually get gameplay. Hey, Ambi. Oh, fuck. I'm in Ambi's trust event. I walked too far. These are trust events. You'll get them throughout the game. They're with every character. They're with every character. I'm not going to talk too much about them. There's no reason. I could, but you'll get them with every character. Some trust events suck ass. Others are really good. It's going to really depend. So, that's the disc system. That's the W engine system. Now on to the final part about it. Like I said, with the W engine system, you're going to probably not have a whole lot of... With the discs and W engines, it's going to be like your worst grind. It's going to be terrible. You're probably not going to want to do it. Or you're going to have like a lot of frustrations. But on to the actual topic, the last topic. ZZZ's community. Oh boy, I love talking about the community because I hate it. So, if you play the game if you play the game solo, if it's just a casual game for you, that's fine. If you don't want to if you're like, I don't have time to interact with the community, I just want to play a game for casual reasons, that's okay. But if you're someone like me who really likes to interact with people, don't play ZZZ. Don't play Zenless. Just don't. I'm glad my community is a lot tamer. But the Zenless community as a whole, oh my god. I think we all got some pretty horrible stories about the Zenless community. In fact, let's talk about some horrible stuff the community has done. This is the unofficial subreddit, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Let's just scroll. Well, I didn't even have to scroll far. Oh, well, yep. This is the unofficial subreddit, by the way. And I just want to preface something. This is a fucking forum where people come and ask questions like this. There's also a question where there's like some voice actors come into this forum to ask questions. Oh, jump scare. Oh, that's sad. I'm not even gonna unspoiler any of these anymore. I don't even want to. Just look at this. See, you got cute stuff like this. This. I'm scared. Yep. Nope. We're just gonna exit out of that. ZZZ's community, horrible. It's horrible. And I'm finally ready to talk about this god awful community. I've been waiting so long to talk about them. ZZZ's community is not the chill Hoyo community. It's not. Everyone will try to tell you that ZZZ has a chill community. It doesn't. They're not chill gooners. They're fucking pedophiles. There's a reason why the funny joke of Pedo Zone Zero started trending. Because it's genuinely true. It's so fucking weird how much this game... You have super sexualized characters like Jane Doe in the mesh with characters like Jifufu. Jifufu's an adult, by the way. Some fucking how. These characters have intentional proportions that look like children. That's meant to be the main goal. They're meant to look like children. That's the appeal. That's the specific aesthetic. It is a lolly design, and lolly designs are meant to be cutesy and childlike. Even if they're in adult or technicality, they still look like children. Anyone who simps for them is a pedophile. And before this stupid community tries to jump on the bandwagon of saying they're short adults, they're not. If I had a picture of my friend Caitlin, she's a short adult. She doesn't look like a child. My therapist is a short woman. You can tell she's not a child. Ultimately, ZZZ is not... ZZZ is full of pedophiles. ZZZ's entire community has been full of pedos. There's actually a way to stop this, and that would just be the unofficial subreddit would have to ban all depictions of characters that are clearly minors or depicted as them. They're not going to do that because it's ran by pedophiles. ZZZ's entire community is so chill with gooning that they started pushing the boundaries of what is legal consensual gooning. I think it's fine. I think it's fine if people want to goon to characters like Seth or Soldier 11. I mean, you know, more power to you, even though she's pretty mid. Or even Ambi. But the moment that you start talking about Lucy or Piper or even Ellen and you're like over the age of 20, I think you're a creep. I think you're a big fucking creep. There's casuals and then there's gooners, pedos, glazers, meta, and whales. Yep. That person in my Twitch comments, Yuri, pointed it out very, very, very clearly. Zenless has about 4 different people, or 5 different sections. You've got casual players who are just here because they love the game, who love the gameplay, who love the story. Maybe they don't care that the story's very not intricate. They're just like, you know what? I like the gameplay. I like the monotonal grinding simulator. It's fine. I get it. I respect it. I have the same thing with Fire Emblem Heroes. Same thing with another game I play. I forgot what it is. Dragon Quest. Same thing with Dragon Quest. Actually, Dragon Quest has very enjoyable stories. Those are the casuals. They're great to be around. They'll talk to you about whatever. Then you got the metas and whales, and we'll talk about them in a second. But Zenless's community, it's horrible. Infested with pedophiles. Again, as I said, they've kind of crossed the boundary of legal gooning and non-legal gooning. Because when you have a this comes into another problem, is that Zenless's story is intentionally designed to be parasocial. People with parasocial attachment issues tend to have mental health issues. And because of that, hypersexuality is like a very big thing with people who have a lot of mental health issues. Like, if you look at the diagnoses that have the worst parasocial behaviors, like BPD, DID, PTSD, CPTSD, even other things like autism or anything on the spectrum that has parasocial attachment issues, they also tend to have a trend of hypersexuality. And that's kind of the problem, is that Zenless attracts incels. Now, I am making a bold claim to kind of say that ZZZ, a lot of the people who have these mental health conditions are incels. I know for a fact they are, because I have BPD myself. I can see BPD when I see it. I used to be a pretty horrible incel. I'm kind of coming out of my incel phase, which has taken me a long time. And ZZ is actually kind of like the last anime-based gacha game I've played, because after this I finally started focusing on my own career, which I'm going to kind of talk about in the end. ZZZ attracts incels, and incels have a lot of mental health problems, and that's partially why the community becomes so toxic. People keep trying to say crap like, well, every community's got its toxic side. Shut up. No, it doesn't. You want to know a game community that doesn't have a toxic side? Fucking Stella Glow. Yeah, it's niche, but Stella Glow doesn't have a bad community. Spiritfarer doesn't have a bad community. Well, what's a more modern game I can think of? Altaria Iris. Oh my god. Altaria Iris is a big game that does not nearly have a bad fan base. The Tales of series doesn't have a bad fan base. FATE never had a bad fan base. Darkstalkers didn't have a bad fan base. Were there bad sides of it? I don't even think so. I've never heard people shit talking on some of these games. And normally, if I ever heard like a toxic person in the Darkstalkers fandom or in any of these, they came from other games in the genre. Like Darkstalkers is it's like a Street Fighter game. It's a fighting game. Normally, people who were toxic in the Darkstalkers community were people who were like tourists. I hate to use that word because Zenless likes to throw it around. They were like tourists. They would be like, "Oh man, I'm here from the Street Fighter games, and I'm here to play Darkstalkers, and someone's complaining about the difficulty in Darkstalkers, and I don't care about the difficulty, or I don't think the difficulty is hard. You should play this other game. It's 10 times harder." That's tourist behavior. It's also elitist behavior. Zenless is infested with fucking elitist people, and they're all annoying as shit. That goes into the meta whores in Zenless. Oh my god. Let's go look at some DA shit. Zenless Zone Zero meta whores. So here's the thing. I don't have a problem with people playing for meta. Okay, so just to continue summarizing, I talked about the gooner side of the community. The tourist behavior is terrible. But then it shifts to the elitism that happens in Zenless's community. And this has been a relevant problem since the very beginning of Zenless. I don't know if I can actually look at... Oh my god, they're not going to let me look at the fucking ranks. Oh my god, you fucking dumbass. What a jackass system. They don't want you looking at team comps. Here's the thing with Zenless's meta, essentially. As I've said, tourism is very annoying when that happens, and elitists are very annoying when they start forming. Zenless attracts a lot of incels. And unfortunately, because the game originally prioritized itself as very heavily skill-based, that attracts people who think that they need to come to this game to prove themselves. They need to prove that they're good at a game, and that's why they start forming these shitty mentalities of... You can't run DPS Ben. Ben's not a DPS. Just use Soldier 11. When the game first started, I got shit on so badly because I had a very good DPS Ben build. And when people saw that I had Soldier 11, they literally kept saying, use Soldier 11. You have Soldier 11, use her. Why are you using Ben? Use Soldier 11. Use Soldier 11. And I kept saying the same shit. I don't like her. She is boring. She is not fun to play. You know what Soldier 11 does? Nothing. So why do I want to play her? I don't. And whenever I would make a single video saying, God, I fucking hate XYZ difficulty in this game, or I would make a joke post that unfortunately the Zenless Zone Zero community cannot figure out how the fuck jokes work sometimes. Most of the time, actually. No, just all the time. I made a joke post about, oh my god, this difficulty was so hard, and most people would be like, bro, why are you using Ben as a DPS? He's not a DPS, just use Soldier 11. And I kept saying the same thing. I don't want to use her. She's unfun. And my DPS Ben build was fine, by the way. I was struggling in that content from a sheer skill issue. Tower was not for the weak. And also my builds could have been better with the rest of my team comp. And people would just keep harping on me that I needed to play meta. I needed to play meta. And these annoying elitists who I don't even think exist in the game. Because when Zenless again first released, it was always prioritized as skill-based. It was not skill-based. And when the game first dropped, that was the problem. And every time you didn't want to pull for characters that were meta, the people in the community would start harping on you. I knew somebody who really loved playing Nekomata, okay? This one guy who really loved playing Nekomata, people got pissed because he didn't want to pull for Jane Doe. People were like, oh, why did you play? Oh, it got worse when Miyabi released. Oh, we'll talk about Miyabi in a second. Because trust me, the meta whores became a rampant problem. In the very beginning, it just did not fucking matter who the hell you were playing. People would get mad at you if you posted content not running meta top tier characters. I hated Ellen, by the way. I don't like playing Ellen. She's not fun. She's not fucking fun. She is a bore to play. Her combos are boring and uninteresting. I feel no reward. I don't want to play Ellen. God, I'm glad I didn't become one of those. Trust me. I am too. I ran DPS Sokaku instead. When people saw that I was running DPS Sokaku instead of Ellen, because I got Ellen later on, I forgot when she had a rerun and I just low pulled and I got her. When people saw that I was using DPS Sokaku over Ellen, they flipped so much fucking shit at me for that. I have never seen people overreact over not playing the characters they like so much. And it goes back to that incel parasocial stuff. Zenless intentionally establishes parasocial relationships because it wants you to spend money on its characters. And people in the community are so vulnerable and victimized by that fucking tactic that they start acting like this when you don't want to play the characters they like, because it's almost a personal attack on them that you don't like the same character they do. And that goes into the situation with Ellen. Again, attacked for that. You didn't want to you don't want to use Ellen? You're stupid. You're a fucking loser. Don't play Zenless Zone Zero. You clearly have a skill issue. And people kept asking the same question. They're like, if you don't like all these characters, why are you playing the game? Because I liked playing Sokaku DPS. It was fun. Why does me not wanting to play meta characters constitute me just straight up quitting the fucking game? I would ask people this so many times. I'd say, hey, I don't like Ellen. What do you want me to do? They would have no answer. They would literally just say, I don't know what else to tell you. Well, maybe don't tell me anything because I wasn't asking for your fucking opinion. It continued getting worse. It slowed down with the Sons of I don't want to say it slowed. It did not slow down with the Sons of Keladon. Yanagi, actually, this was the funny thing. Yanagi is when this problem started getting rampant. Yanagi is when the problem was getting rampant, because I didn't pull for Yanagi in the beginning because I hated playing Yanagi. God damn, she was boring as fuck. Man, I could go on about how much I hated playing Yanagi in the beginning. I still don't like playing Yanagi. I'm a collector. I'm planning on using Miyabi and maybe Hollow Zero when she's more fun to play. I'm a collector. People always got pissed with. They're like, why are you pulling for characters you don't want? I'm a collector. I like to collect characters. That's my source of entertainment in this game. It's like you have your own playstyle, someone just says. Yeah, it's almost like Zenless Zone Zero. And this is a good part about it. It's a game that encourages diverse playstyles. There's so many different unique characters in the game. If you don't like Miyabi, don't play her. You don't have to. You can literally play Sokaku DPS. But Yanagi's where the problem started, because Yanagi was the first time people were like, oh, she's so broken, you need to have her in your team comps. And I said, no, I'm not going to get Yanagi. I don't want to get her. But then the floodgates opened. And then Miyabi released. Y'all want to hear... Miyabi was the downfall of Zenless Zone Zero. Oh my fucking god. Miyabi was the downfall of ZZZ. I remember when Yanagi released, and it's a joke now. People will be like, yeah, I can play the game without meta. Will it be the best? No, but I just want to play. Ultimately, non-meta comps can still clear most of the game. I am just saying, I used to run Nicole, Sokaku, and Ben in Hollow Zero back when it was Withering Gardens, and they got very, very fucking far. And the Cunning Hairs to this day can still clear all the content in the game if they're just max invested in. So if you just really want to pull for only the characters you like, you can. Miyabi, though, Miyabi was when the game started reaching its downfall. Zenless Zone Zero approached what I like to call post-Miyabi. There's pre-Miyabi and post-Miyabi. If you thought the community was bad post-Miyabi or pre-Miyabi, oh boy. The joke is that people in the Zenless Zone Zero community can't fathom that someone doesn't like Miyabi. And that's kind of the case here. As I mentioned this before, parasocial relationships are very prevalent in ZZZ. Miyabi is the best example of this. I can't fucking tell you why this character was so hyped up. I really can't. I don't see the appeal. She's very boring. Her lore is not that interesting. And ultimately, she had one of her events was not fully implemented in the game. It was all told to you through supplemental storytelling. There was a bunch of stuff that I thought I was missing the context for. And then someone in my chat was like, no, this just never got released in the game. And I'm like, seriously? They're like, yeah, no. Miyabi never had any of this lore, or not this lore, but this was this event, this context was not in the game. It was only referenced, and this event just keeps referencing it. But here's the thing: if you didn't want to pull for Miyabi, you would get a death threat. That was just gonna happen. I remember specifically, I said the day one Miyabi release, I said she was mid. I made a comment. I literally just said, Miyabi is mid-Yabi, because she really is mid. Her design, her lore is mid. I went on this in-depth detail about how bad Miyabi's design is, and how much she was just kind of boring as a character, and I felt like her design was lackluster. I not only got 2 death threats, but an hour of posting that video on TikTok, someone fucking stitches it and goes, you see, you're missing all the details on Miyabi's design. You don't see that there's so much intricate details in everything about her. Her arm, the piece of rope attached to her, the weapon she holds, the metal arm she has, the talisman on her sword. You're missing so many details. This character was glazed so badly, and it feels like it was glazed for no fucking reason. She's not cool enough to be Virgil's daughter. I'm putting it out there. She's not cool enough to be Virgil's daughter. Most of the people have no idea who the fuck Virgil is from Devil May Cry, let alone his actual backstory. You might have played a game with Virgil. That is not enough to know who Virgil's character is. Hey, Super Zay. She will never let you hop off. Holy shit. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Miyabi is not going to let you fucking tap it. No, it's not happening. These parasocial people need to realize something. You're not tapping Miyabi. Weiss is not tapping Miyabi. I don't give a rat's ass if there's some fucking cringe-ass line. Oh, my God. I'm going to talk about the stupid trust event in a second. Miyabi was not that fucking good in terms of the way the community glazed the fuck out of her. People hyped her up as if she was the fucking next Jesus Christ to come from the fucking plant to the planet. And she was not that fucking good in the way they were talking about her. and it was annoying as shit to be around. It burnt me out of the character because all you fucking saw was Miyabi, 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 Miyabi. They went with just the line of "You're my proxy." Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, Miyabi. I hate Miyabi for that. I fucking hate Miyabi so badly because of how awful she is in the story. You could not criticize this character. If you did, you would get harassed or sent death threats. It was worse on Hoyle Lab, by the way. Oh my god, Miyabi on Hoyle Lab was terrible. But we'll talk about another character who had some pretty fucking shit history with Hoyle Lab. If you didn't want to pull for Miyabi, you'd get harassed. If you didn't like Miyabi for any reason, you'd get harassed. The community physically could not fathom the idea that somebody did not like Miyabi. It was genuinely so terrible. And I hate to say this, she's not that fucking good. She will not let you hit, and her ship with Weiss is cringe. It is the equivalent of a Wattpad fanfiction. It's cringy as shit. And I want to talk about the trust events real quick because this is what I like to call this Astra Yao syndrome. Even though it started with Miyabi, I'm pinpointing it to Astra Yao. Miyabi, specifically, is so much different in the story than she is in her trust events. I am so tired of these parasocial relationships that these developers keep trying to establish. This shit is not Girl X Frontline. This shit is not Girl X Frontline. Girl X Frontline is deliberately a fan servicey gacha game with waifu elements in it. Zenless is trying to be more than that, and they keep trying to pinpoint that parasocial shit. Like Miyabi sitting there being like, "You're my proxy," or Miyabi being super aloof and funny and giddy inside of her like story events, like not her main story event, like in other events in the game or in some of her like other little dialogue interactions that she has with the proxy. And her trust event, she's so cutesy, and she's not just this serious traditional samurai. She's this person who can express emotional stability. Girl feels like she was supposed to be for a fucking dating sim. And that started becoming so apparent with Astra Yao. Oh my god, I hate Astra Yao's trust events. Astra Yao has some of the most dog shit trust events in this game. She is so annoying in her trust events. I love Astra Yao in the fucking story. Whatever they did to her in her trust events, they need to be hanged by the cross, crucified, burnt on the fucking stake, and then thrown to die to sharks. Because, oh my god, how do you botch a character so bad? Astra Yao went from like an aloof, bubbly musician who genuinely cares about other people to cutesy anime streamer in like an event. I love Astra Yao in the story. She's so funny. And then in her event, she's like, Weiss, Weiss, if I were to call you and say, I'm hungry, I need noodles, would you come get them for me, please? She starts fucking having this, like, creepy attachment with Weiss specifically. And it's so ungodly fucking weird. I know why they wrote that. It's because they want the parasocial relationship to be established, so people will wail for her, so people will hype her up and give them free publicity. But it's assassinating a lot. It's not assassinating. It's forcing chemistry, and it's forcing a dynamic on a character who did not have that pre-established in the beginning. And it's cringe, and it's not like cringe. It's bad. It's objectively bad writing because you're not making things build naturally. You're forcing them onto a character. And it sucks. It sucks. And I hate that's what they did with Astra Yao, and it really does upset me because I love Astra Yao as a character, and I just do not like what they do with her on those trust events. And that becomes a trend in a lot of trust events. Not with the male characters. Not with the male characters. Oh, bo, heaven no. Not with the male characters. Only with the females. So, Miyabi. Anyways, back with Miyabi. Yeah, no, this character caused way too much controversy when she first released, but heaven forbid you didn't want to pull for her. This goes back to not only the meta players, this is also with the fucking gooners. That's also who we're mostly talking about here, the fucking gooner player base of this. These are the whales and the gooners and the meta whores. Because there was so many, I think that was the problem, is there were so many toxic fucking, like, so many toxic sides all at once. Because the gooners wanted you to pull for their waifu because it makes them feel better. The glazers were all glazing Miyabi from the very fucking start. The meta players wanted you to pull for Miyabi because she was super good. And the whales wanted you to pull for her because it was worth it. So ultimately, Miyabi fucking... I've spoken enough about Miyabi here. She sparked a lot of problems in the game. Yi Xuan. Let's talk about the second character that sparked a shit ton of controversy with all sides of the community. Yi Xuan. I'm just going to quote something I remember seeing on HoYoLab. Someone said that they're not pulling for Yi Xuan because they were saving for the next male character, which at the time I think was teased to be Monato. I think. This is the quote. Not pulling for Yi Xuan is like burning down an orphanage and not saving any of the children. Yes, not saving the children would be ideal for your own personal reasons, but it's not the most optimal thing to do in the situation. Burning the orphanage down and then saving the children would be the better outcome, and that's why you should be pulling for Yi Xuan, because Yi Xuan is going to be the best character in meta for a long time, so not pulling for her is the equivalent of burning down an orphanage. That is the quote. I want to actually send that quote, but I can't find the person who posted that video. By the way, I think they had to take it down because they started getting harassed for not pulling for Yi Xuan. And I'm waiting for someone to say, well, that happens in every gacha game. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Limbus Company. Moto Qualifier. If you want to say most gacha games, okay. Maybe gacha games that had the same exact problem as Zenless Zone Zero, but not every gacha game. They're definitely punching the air. That wasn't the only comment. Someone deadass called the person an ugly F slur. I can't say it on things. I don't want to get demonetized. Because they weren't pulling for Yi Xuan, they said they were going to say for male characters. They then got harassed in DMs with homophobic slurs. Homophobic slurs! Because they wanted to pull for a male character and they were a man. I've never heard of that ever. I saw the fucking comments the guy was posting. They were genuinely getting harassed, thrown fucking homophobic slurs. Someone said they hope they get raped. Someone dead ass told that person, I hope you get raped because literally over Yi Xuan. They didn't say because. It was just on their fucking, in their DMs. I hope you get raped. You want to know why you didn't hear about it? Because the majority of the Zenless community... The majority of the Zenless community is either part of the problem and they're not going to make it known because they don't think their behavior is a problem. Someone also, I think, doxed that person as well. That person making that one post, and it wasn't even a post being super hard. If that were to happen over Miyabi, some jerkwad can justify it by saying, well, yeah, you kind of insulted everyone's favorite character. That person just said they wanted to save for either the next male character or to get C6 lighter. That's all they said. And that pissed the Hoyo community off so badly because they didn't want to pull for Yi Xuan. That all happened in HoYoLab. And there's probably more people who can give you horror stories. But that person also got their IP address leaked in their DMs. All over they didn't want to pull for Yi Xuan. The overreaction. HoYoLab is a disgusting fucking place. I have never... this community, Zenless's community, is genuinely mentally ill. It is full of a lot of mentally ill people. Takes one to know one? Yes, it does. Want to know why I know? Because I am mentally ill. I have diagnosed BPD. And I know what got me into this game, and that was a parasocial relationship that I had with Lycon. I've talked about this. I might briefly talk about it here after I finish talking about these controversial characters. But I started ZZZ because of a parasocial relationship with Lycon. And we'll talk about that later. Yeah. Told to go get raped because you don't want to pull for Yi Xuan. I don't know. And this is the same problem. It was the whales, the glazers, and the meta whores all combined, and elitists all combining at one, creating a catastrophe. It's literally like a storm. Now, here's the thing. I haven't noticed this problem with Shungus. And it might be because I'm not in the community as much as I used to be, in that side at least. But the problem I've noticed with Shungus is I think it's because the Miyabi and Shungus fans are all kind of fighting each other right now. They're all kind of fighting each other, so they don't really want to take their anger out on anyone. But the Miyabi fans have decided to also ramp up some of their harassment. I made a post talking about how, like, I didn't make a post. Someone said, like, Miyabi was, like, a problem in the meta, or, like, how badly Zenless's balancing came after Miyabi, and I said she was genuinely the worst thing to ever hit this community, and I was bullied relentlessly for that comment. And the guy was making a post about Miyabi being, like, a problem in the meta, and I said she was actually the worst thing to hit. I seriously, the parasocial relationships people have in this game are fucking crazy. This community is genuinely unhealthy. It actually should be studied, how unhealthy the people of this community are. I have never seen people treat others so badly over fictional mid-tier characters that are mid. They're not peak, they're mid. They are mid in every single fiber. And that is... I think that was Yishuan was the last controversial character, I think, that released. Shungus is controversial right now because she power crept Miyabi, and the Miyabi fans don't fucking like their shitty waifu being power crept, so now they're all pissed off and up in arms, calling her a fraud. Which, we can go back to fucking Miyabi, because then this random fraud Masa shit starts showing up, and Miyabi fans start just attacking players because that play Harumasa. I don't even know where the fuck this came from. No one does. If you ask a Miyabi Glazer where the fuck this fraud Masa joke comes from, they will never answer the question. I don't think they know where the joke comes from. They're just rehashing it because this character has a cult following for no fucking reason other than people have unhealthy attachments to these fucking games. Someone said, yeah, I got clowned and shitted on for using Grace over Miyabi because heaven forbid you don't want to use a shitty fox girl with garbage design, mid-lore, and his 3-button inputs and a dash at max for her decent combo and damage output. Heaven for fucking bid, you don't want to use a mid-tier looking trashy waifu character. Heaven for fucking bid. And that is the community's problem. But again, like Citri, he's on our server, and he gets so much fucking hate because he runs very diverse shit. He still has this problem to this day. This motherfucker got 3 stars on Miasma Fiend. No, he got 3 stars on the Sobek guy. With DPS Lycon, okay? This motherfucker got 3 stars with DPS Lycon, and he was running, I think, Nicole and Astra. He gets a 3 stars with DPS Lycon. And people are in his comments telling him to fucking use Miyabi. Are you kidding me? You can't do anything in this community. You can't do shit. You can't play the game the way you want to play it. You have to fucking play the game the way other people want you to play it, or they will harass you all out of the community. It is sheep. Bad, 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 bad. Sheep, 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 sheep. That's all these fucking player bases of this community are. They are sheep. They are whiny baby sheep who absolutely have no fucking way of functioning in reality, and statistics say that most of them are going to either die at 20 or 25. Sorry. I went on a long tangent and that killed somebody. It's just bad, bad, bad. Cry me a fucking river. Nobody wants to pull for your shitty waifu. And that's all the Zenless community has been up to this fucking point with its community. Has been just a sheepy cult following. The only other character that I think caused any controversy was Yidhari, but it was because she wasn't good. Other than that, no other character caused problems except fucking Jafufu. God, I wish Jafufu never released. I so badly wish Jafufu never dropped. Honestly, Jafufu was such a problem. Oh my god. Because this is when the pedophiles started coming in. This is when the fucking pedophiles started coming in. This is when it started getting worse. Zenless No Fun Zero. Yeah, that's the community. It might as well just be Zenless Zero or just Zero. The way the community absolutely hates you playing anything that isn't what they want you to play. And if somebody's going to say, well, just play the characters you want and don't interact with the community, and I would agree. That's like the only way to really enjoy Zenless. But it sucks because I think the funnest part I had in the community was actually sitting there and using DPS Ben and people getting so stoked about the fact that I made it work. That was awesome. And I think that was the funnest part for when I was first interacting with the community. The problem is that I just don't think the community, that was like how I garnered a lot of my community now. It was so much fun getting to like run that off meta stuff and get to hear them be like, oh my God, bro, it's so cool. Here's a way to make the build work more. Oh my God. Or people like taking my build and being like, oh my God, here, let me see if I can make it work better. That was so much fun. Deep and raw every time I see a video of Jafufu. I hate the Jafufu. I hate Jafufu fans. I hate to say this. Jafufu doesn't even look like she's 15. She looks 13, which should really let you know that Zenless's player base is probably in the range of 6. It's probably 14. I want to say 13 to 20. Like I want to say 13 and up, but I really think ZZZ's player base is more of 16 and up. But there's 15-year-olds I know that play this game, and those are the people who leave those comments, by the way. Those people who leave those comments. Jafufu was the next worst thing to hit this fucking community. This is when all the pedophiles entered. This is when the community got too comfortable being being full of gooners. Which goes into I've talked about the meta horror side of the community. It pretty much died off there. The only other character who had controversy was Seed because she sucked. She sucked ass. And if you by any fucking chance played her and enjoyed her, people would harass you for it. That's kind of why all the Seed fans disappeared. They all got killed by the cult of Miyabi. Because she wasn't Miyabi. Anyways, let's talk about the Gooner side, because the Gooner side sucks ass. Yeah, we have. I'm gonna phrase this the same way everyone's been phrasing this. We have all these hot women. Okay, I might be gay. I would totally fuck Jane if she was a guy. Oh my God, I won't even deny. Maybe if my inner bisexual is yeah, maybe I'd fucking eat Jane's ass. Maybe, probably not. Seth. You got all these hot women. All these hot fucking women. I don't know if I count Seed. I don't know if I count her either. All these hot women. All these attractive women. Not you. And you guys are still gooning to Zhao. We haven't touched. Yeah, we're touching the. We haven't. You guys want to hear. We're talking about the gooner side of the community because it's terrible. Then you have characters like Zhao. It's really sad that the fucking ratio, if you actually look at the comment ratio of the posts that are gooner material for characters like Zhao and compared to Jane Doe, you'll notice that Zhao is more popular. Jafufu's more popular. Piper's more popular. I wonder why those characters are more popular. Oh, I know why. Because they look like little girls. There actually needs to be a psychological study about why some men prefer short women or girls who look like this. Because here's the thing. I think it is a hidden pedophilic attraction. It's got to be a hidden pedophilic attraction. And I hate to say that because I don't like to be all short girls. I don't want to say all guys are into that because, again, I know short girls. And I know men who are into short girls, but you look at the types of short girls they're into and they're just into girls that are smaller because I like to pick them. No, it's not even that. I don't even think I want to say it. Every guy I've known that's into short girls always comes out as a pedophile when he gets older. I can name 5 from high school. Timmy, I take it back. It's Timmy, Jim, Evan, Tristan, and Dylan. These were all people that had preferences for short girls. All were pedophiles when they got older. And Zach. I say Zach because it's Zach, but it's Zach. I call him Zach because it's CH. I just found out yesterday that he has a restraint. He is a certified child predator in our state. And in our state. And I found out through fucking CaseNet. It was because he had relations with a fucking child. And I remember distinctly he was into short girls in high school. I know another guy named Zach who had the same problem. Every fucking time it's a guy who's into short women, they come out as a pedophile. Every time we have characters like Piper or Lucy that show up, some annoying motherfucking woman comes in the comments and she's like, I'm a short girl and I really think we need more representation. This is not the representation you need. This design is intentionally lolly, and lolly is not intentionally sexual, but when it's in a game full of other sexual characters who have this kind of fan service, and these characters are very clearly child coded in the proportions that they have, it is not the representation you want. Good short girl representation is like March 7th. No, is it March 7th? Whoever the girl is from, I think it's March 7th. From Honkai Star Rail, because she's technically a short girl. I'll fucking show you guys March. March is a short girl, by the way. She's like, on average, she's considered short, because she's like March 7th Honkai. That's Honkai hype, but I'll just Honkai. This is March 7th. March 7th is a short girl. You can tell she's an adult, though. You can tell this is an adult. I love March 7th, my favorite character, by the way. You can tell that March 7th is an adult. You can. Very clearly, through the way that her proportions are. The way that they go about making short girls, but making them look like an adult, is that you keep their height, you make them be more refined in their edges. You give them more refined facial structures, you give them a little bit more muscle mass, and you give them like longer body proportions. They can stay short, but their bodies are still long. Piper doesn't have any of that. Lucy, none of that. Zhao, none of that. What's another character? I actually say Lucille looks borderline childish, especially in the face. Dylan? No. Jifufu? Definitely not. I'll actually just show you this real quick, because I can find images that are not sexual, because lolly is just an art style. And actually, they recommend that if you're first starting off as an artist, you draw on the lolly art style, because it's a very easy art style to get into and to help you teach specific proportions. This is a lolly art style. It's predominantly used for children, but I think you can use the lolly art style for adults. I would have to find specific examples. I'd have to really search a bit harder for it, but it's predominantly used for children depicted characters. I think this is technically an adult lolly. It's drawn in, you can see the art style. It's very bubbly. It's very like round in the proportions, but you can definitely tell this character is more of an adult because they have the refined facial features and longer portions in the body structures. These are children. You can tell because their proportions are a lot shorter. They're also wearing clothing that's associated with children. Similarly with this. Similarly with this. That is straight up a child. Okay, we're getting a bit too far. I forgot. They're still creeps. Lolly is just an art style. It's mostly used to depict children, though. That's the thing. You can use it for adults, but again, you want a good example of an adult lolly, it's this. This is just a person who's lollified. Actually, I think I have an example. If I can pull up... Oh, God. Hold on. I don't want to, like... Okay, I just want to make sure. Here's another example. Like, this is kind of lolly-ish, too. This is a character of mine. Xander, he's a bit... This isn't actually the character. I'll talk about him later. But ultimately, lolly is just an art style. And you can fucking tell when it is adult versus when it is child. I'm going to go back and reference the adult lolly style, being this character. I think for some people it's probably really hard to tell. Like you can, oh my god, like this is perfect. These are great examples of characters drawn in the lolly style, but they're all adults. You can see it's a very cutesy, very roundy into proportions. The shading is in a very specific way. Then look at Jifufu. This is a lolly. This is a predator bait. She's not refined as much in her facial proportions. She's more bubblier in other parts. She's short in all of her body length, which is exactly what a lolly character would look like. See, I can compare and contrast. These characters are short in all of their body proportions. These characters are long in their body proportions. Moi anime. Yep. See? They're very long. Like, their arms are longer, their legs are longer. They're in a very specific body proportion. You can tell they're an adult. Then we go back to Jifufu. She's short. She's tiny. And it's not because she's a short adult. It's because the intention was to make her look like a child. And they have Evelyn. Man. You got... Really. And she even, like... She looks like a child. There's no convincing me. You have Evelyn, okay? How the fuck do you goon to Jifufu but not Evelyn? Is it because you can't handle a woman with authority in the bedroom? And you have to fucking, like, goon to the child who probably can't fight back against your morbidly obese body? That's probably the answer. You're just not going to admit it. Ugly fat loser. That's all the people who like this character. Deep and raw my fucking ass. You know for a fact no woman's going to touch your smelly ass. No woman wants you. Just keep playing these games because it's the only thing that's going to make you feel validated. You're probably not going to live past 20, so don't even fucking worry about it. Your life expectancy isn't long, you fucking incel. That's all it is, the people who goon. That's the only thing that goons this fucking shit. The gooner side of this player base is weird, but the two main things you notice with the gooners is that they either hate you for not liking their characters, or they hate you for not pulling for or they're just pedophiles. It's one of the two. You do have some chill gooners. Jane Doe gooners tend to be a lot chiller now. They weren't in the beginning, but that was because they were crossing with elitists and other things. So, yeah. In terms of actual whales, you'll actually be surprised that most Zenless whales are either people who have unhealthy obsessions with this game, or they're people who are just, this is the only game they play, and this is their only form of entertainment. I actually have noticed a big trend. Gacha whales are actually like two people. Where do you think the Angel stands will go? Oh, it's going to be hell. The Angels of Delusions are going to break this fucking game. They're going to break this community. It's going to be so bad. They don't look old enough is the thing. They don't. They're still drawn in like a mediocre lolly style. I am pretty concerned about what's going to happen. I think they're going to be controversial. But in terms of the whales, I've noticed a trend. Whales are either people who have no fucking life and only play these games, or they're people who have a ton of life. Like, they're doctors, like, they're rich business people, and this is just the only game they play. And I think that's actually fine. That's like the one thing I think gacha games are good at, is if you really enjoy a game and it's going to be the only game you play. Like, I honestly think, like, if I'm a doctor, okay? If I'm a doctor and I have to, like, constantly be on call every single night, because I had a friend who was a doctor. If I'm on call every single night and my only source of entertainment is, like, coming home after, like, working a 12-hour, if not more, and then coming in to log in to do my dailies, if that's like my only source of enjoyment, that's fine. And then the day I get a day off, I just grind Shiryu all day. I think that's fucking great. I think it's great for some people. I think that's fucking amazing. I don't know if Zenless entirely garners that kind of player base. I know there's other games out there that do. But I think that's the most the player bases of the whales I see. It's either that or just straight up losers that do not have a life and this is the only game they play. So, that's the whale sides of this. The elitists are the one... The elitists have left, thankfully. They're not as bad as they were here in the beginning. Anyone that stays now is just here to harp on you for not pulling for their favorite character. So, that's the community. I think I've summarized the community enough. It's horrible. The community is horrible. It is not the chill Hoyo community. Anytime anyone says that, remember one thing. The only people who ever said that the Zenless Zone Zero community was the chill Hoyo community was the Zenless Zone Zero community themselves. And they had an obsession with that title. It was never true. Every other Hoyo community looked at the ZZZ community and said, ew. Like, they were like the stinky brother-in-law of every other game. And don't get me wrong, Genshin's community sucks. Honkai Impact the Third, horrendous community. Bro, they fucking sent death threats to the creators because they made a male character. By the way, the Zenless community did that too, with Lighter. They fucking were pissed when Lighter was like the first Asian to have a banner. That was so fucking hilarious. Genshin community sucks. Honkai Star Rail sucks. Actually, Honkai Star Rail was just elitist filled for the longest time. Zenless's community is, again, the stinky brother. They're the stinky fat brother of the family. They're locked in a fucking room. They don't do anything. And the moment you open it, you get a waft of shit. That's the Zenless Zone Zero community. They're so gross. They're gross. That's what I'm going to say. The ZZZ community is just fucking gross. And much like bacteria and germs, they all fester in with each other. The analogy is true. I hate to say it. They're like germs. They all just fester in with each other and be gross together. Eventually what'll happen is this game will either go EOS, and then this game will be like sprayed off of existence, like disinfecting spray, or the community is just going to slowly die because the environment's not good enough for the germs to be infested. This community, the community's gross. They're not chill. It's a fallacy to call them the chill Hoyo community because they're the only people who gave themselves that title. And on top of that, other gacha games look at the ZZZ community and they like waft their nose trying to not waft. They wave in front of their face trying to kill the stench of the stinky ZZZ players that get near them. I knew Impact was bad. I did not know the rest of them got down like that. I don't think Honkai Star Rail is that bad, but I'm not in the community enough to say. I'd have to look more. I think the Honkai Star Rail community was full of a lot of elitists. And the game had such a rampant meta problem that it just started killing off a lot of the player base. In the game, I know it had a lot of elitists at least, but Jesus, Honkai Star Rail is such a good fucking game. Its story's 10 times better than ZZZ. That game is leagues above ZZZ in terms of a story. So yeah, community stinks. But to talk more about the parasocial problem, all gacha games do this, really. I can't think of a single game that doesn't other than maybe Limbus Company. All gacha games do this, even Fire Emblem Heroes. I glaze Fire Emblem Heroes a lot, but it's so much worse. Actually, I can show you. If you guys think ZZZ has a meta problem, not all gacha games do, but oh boy. Let's just hold on. Take a bit of a detour here. You guys want to see weapon descriptions at Fire Emblem Heroes? That's not even the longest one. Here's another one. Jesus Christ, it's so bad. I'm trying to find one of them that's super freaking long. I just want to show you guys. What the fuck? Oh, they're essays. Yeah. I love Fire Emblem Heroes, but I will not glaze it enough. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. This isn't even the longest one. I look up Embla Corrin because hers is even longer. There was one that's 2 pages worth of text. Look at this shit. It's so bad. It's so terrible. It's so god awful. Where is it? Oh yeah, this one. Oh god, it's genuinely, dude, it's genuinely so bad. Dude, they've gotten to a point where they're 2 pages long of text. Yeah, I glaze Fire Emblem Heroes a lot. It's a very good sandbox game, but I don't think I could read that in once. I'll be damned before you even read that, dude. It is bad. The Fire Emblem Heroes is some really bad balancing. And I couldn't even tell you what the effect of that weapon does. I don't think most people know what it does. But there's some people who are so engrossed in the meta of Fire Emblem Heroes that they will dead ass. Just they could tell you every weapon, every description, every skill. That's not even calculating skills also, by the way. That's just weapons. So wait till ZZZ gets to that level, because it'll happen. Anyways, so for those who don't know, I had a really unhealthy hyperfixation with Lycon when I came to this game. ZZZ's intentions with a lot of its design. So this is going to explain why ZZZ has these bad writing habits. I'm going to break down here why this is the case. Why does ZZZ have all these bad habits? So, I'm breaking down my own personal story here. When I first started playing Zenless, I had a super duper unhealthy parasocial relationship with Lycon. It was horrible. I had a hyperfixation. Any longtime followers of my content will know about this unhealthy hyperfixation I had because my content was centered around it. I had made this entire account based around Lycon. Originally it was Lycon sit on me. Now it is Monato sit on me. And now it's just a joke. I did some really unhealthy things. I had gotten so unhealthy hyperfixated with Lycon, and I had such unhealthy hypersexuality with Lycon that I had an entire Discord server full of every single Rule 34 porn image of Lycon. That included videos, and that included any random X or Twitter X Blue Sky videos I found. I had a whole Discord server full of it. And then I wasn't just posting it there, I was posting it in other NSFW servers. I was bombarding Discord servers with Lycon Rule 34. I was very unhealthy. It was a very unhealthy obsession. Very unhealthy hyperfixation. I didn't even know it was that bad. Oh, it gets worse! The hyperfixation does not get better. So it gets worse from here. I've talked about this one time on my TikTok, but I feel the need to talk about it again because people don't seem to understand. The same thing that happened with me with Lycon is happening with Miyabi, and was happening, and that's why this community grew into such a rampant problem because this game attracts people like me, and that's an issue. I had done all of that with these porn servers, these NSFW servers. And then I had proceeded to also I had started like 2 YouTube channels that were going to be dedicated to Lycon. It was eventually just turned into the YouTube channel I have now, thankfully. Gooned out of your mind, literally. Oh my god, it still gets worse. 2 YouTube channels dedicated to Lycon, but that wasn't it. I was going to school. I wrote a fucking paper on Lycon and Zenless Zone Zero and why the game's design was peak. You know what's so much worse about this? Bro was about to become Lycon lover. I was about to become that girl who took a Lycon cutout to her prom. I wrote a fucking paper on Lycon's ass. I had wrote a whole thing about how male fan service how like men having big butts in fucking games was like a great thing because it's a beautiful design philosophy. I compared Lycon's design to Fortnite furries because Fortnite furries also have big asses. And I was like, the 2 of these most popular games, the one thing they have in common, men with big butts. Give every character a big butt, and it works, including the men. And I had gone on about Lycon. Oh my god, it was so cringe for me to be like in class talking about this. I don't know how I had no fucking shame in what I was doing. But my class didn't seem to have a problem with it. In fact, the paper was so good, my teacher gave me an A. So, the power of Lycon ass, apparently. You said that in class? Yes, I did. I was giving a fucking lecture. Not really a lecture, but I was presenting my paper, and I literally said this in class. I go, one thing that Fortnite and Zenless Zone Zero have in common are men with big asses. Or just giving every character a big ass. Fan service on all sides. And when did this happen? 2024. And yes, I did get an A. That was when I started this. We're in 2026 now. About 2 years ago. It was really, really bad. Yep. My Lycon hyperfixation. But guess what, guys? It gets worse. It only gets worse. My Lycon hyperfixation did not get better from then. You might wonder, how does it get worse? Well, let me tell you. So I started going to work And I started talking about my Lycon hyperfixation with all of my people there, all of my coworkers. I went on and on and on and on about Lycon. I went on and on and on and on and on and on about Lycon. I talked about how good Lycon was, how great he was. I loved Lycon, and I made that known to everybody at work. And then it got worse. Oh boy, it still got worse. And here's the thing. My behavioral pattern, there was somebody I know who had the same problem with Jane Doe. Oh, you think that the fact that I talked about him at work was bad? Try writing a fucking 40-page Lycon erotic fan fiction and having your boss read it. That's what I did. That was how obsessed I was with Lycon. But guess what? It still gets worse. Yes, my boss, but it still gets worse. Oh boy, does it still get worse. I didn't just have my boss read it. She proofread it and edited it. I then had my teacher, my English teacher, proofread this shit. My English teacher proofread my Lycon erotic fan fiction. And she didn't just proofread it. I talked about all the other Lycon erotic fan fictions I was reading with her. I'm best friends with that teacher now, by the way. But I had done that. Does this also get worse? It does. It does. It'll start getting worse from here. It's going to only continue getting worse. You might wonder how it gets worse. So I don't know if anyone has been a longtime follower of my content in this Twitch chat. Does anyone remember Xander, the person I dressed up as for Halloween one year? Yeah, Xander. So here's the thing about Xander. That was one of two, self-insert characters that I wrote that I used to ship myself with Lycon. Xander was a character who worked at Victoria Housekeeping. And I shipped him with Lycon, unfortunately. Yeah, there was that. But you know, I dressed up as Xander for Halloween one year. Actually, the year of 2024. Dressed up as him for Halloween. His design was pretty trash at the time. And then I went to work. In my Xander cosplay and had my work filmed. Had my work act in a video that I was filming for my TikTok account where I went to work and I was Xander here to clean up for Victoria Housekeeping. And I was assigned to clean my work and do my job. Oh, God. And I made my coworker talk about Lycon. Yeah. Yeah, there's one or two. There was Kinsoon, if you read the fucking Lycon erotica. By the way, with that Lycon erotica, my goal, yeah, ... My goal wasn't even just to make it a Wattpad fanfiction or a AO3. You can find it on AO3, not in between. It sucks ass. My current writing's a lot better. I was going to go to my oh fuck, sorry guys. Oh shit. Sorry, about choked. The laughing has killed me. I was going to go to my dad's publication. It was not my dad's. I was going to go. Not my family, please. No, the comments. No, not your family, please. No. No, I think it's worse than that. I was going to go to my dad's. My dad works at a book factory. Oh my god. And I was going to have his book factory publish a single copy of my erotica. And I was going to commission an artist to do cover and back art for it. I was going to make like a single small publication that was just going to be for me and is gonna immortalize my shitty Lycon fucking fan fiction. Oh, it was so bad, guys. It was so bad. Ew, I think that's a fair reaction, someone says in the comments. It was genuinely horrible. ... That's sometimes all you can say. ... fucking ... I'm trying to think. There's so much more. There was so much more. Oh god, there was so much more. I'm trying to fucking remember. I've shut my brain out from that phase. That hyperfixation phase was incredibly unhealthy. I know there are people worse out there than who had it worse. Because I'll talk about something I know, a Jane Doe person that used... Oh god, Jane Doe hyperfixation people I feel terrible for. My Lycon's defense is too high. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I also had... favorited and bookmarked every single Lycon TikTok to ever drop. And I had that on 2 TikTok accounts. I was also a ZZZ glazer. That was the problem. I glazed the fuck out of Zenless in the beginning because of Lycon. I was only glazing it because of Lycon. I know how unhealthy that hyperfixation was. I did used to attack Hugo Lycon shippers. I hated that ship, though. That ship was so fucking annoying. It's just cringy. A lot of the people who shipped Hugo Vlad were just like me. It was really bad. What else did I do? I swear to God, there was more shit. That's also, I will say, I did not finish that fan fiction. I was going to hire how did you switch up? We'll talk about that in a second. I did almost hire a voice actor to help audio read my Lycon fanfiction. That was about to happen. I was going to publish an audiobook. I swear to God, what I did sounds so borderline manic. It's not. BPD Euphoria is horrendous. I was doing this all in like a month time period. But I literally was going to have someone like audio ebook my fucking Lycon erotic fanfiction. I was convinced this was going to be so good that like even Hoyo would recognize it. It's cringe as shit to say that, but that's how I fucking felt. I had to actually come to the realization one day that Hoyo would never care about my characters. Oh god, no. I forgot. I wrote 2 stories and I made 2 Lycon characters in them. I wrote 2 stories, and there were 2 Lycon-oriented characters in them that were pretty much like carbon copies of Lycon. Yeah, I did that too. What else did I do with Lycon? God damn, this fixation was bad. What started getting me out of it was realizing that, number 1, my writing sucked. Number 2, Hoyo is never going to recognize me. Hoyo Senpai, Hoyo-chan is not going to recognize me. And number 3, that overall in general, I was realizing that I was like genuinely, I think it was seeing some of the Jane Doe fucking fixation people that I started kind of snapping out of it. But I also was kind of outgrowing Lycon because it was really clear that he was masking another problem I was having. That year, 2024, my grandma died. And I started having like very severe existential crises around that time, around August. I did a lot of dumb shit. I did so much dumb shit, dude, around that time due to like BPD Euphoria. And it was really masking a lot of my severe existential crises. And Lycon, I didn't have a good relationship with my family, and my realization that, well, my grandma's death just hit me really later, and I think that's the existential crises were masking that, like, my past was, that life was going on, and that I'm stuck, and that my grandma's dead, and I don't have, like, a good relationship with my family. And Lycon's a very father figure-oriented character, and I think it just gave me that comfort. And that's kind of where that hyperfixation was like masking. He reminded me a lot of just a protector, and that's what I needed at the time. And that's what I think the fixation was masking. But that also led me to start like role playing with character.ai bots of Lycon at like till like 5 o'clock in the morning. My sleep habits were fucked badly because of these fixations. It was genuinely very, very severe with Lycon. And again, what actually broke me out of this hyperfixation was when I started actually talking to my therapist about my existential dread. And I had an attempt in October of 2024. That was like the last major suicide attempt that I had. And I realized soon after, around that time I had also started realizing that Hoya was never going to recognize my stuff. And, no, not Sexy Gym 3. Get out of here. Ruining the very important moment we're having. It was like my last suicide attempt, and I had kind of like, as I was staring down at a building, I had realized that if I do this, I won't ever get to see my creations pushed through. And then I remembered that my ideas were good, they just needed more time to be fleshed out. And that was kind of enough to back me down from that. And then I would have like a series of existential crises hit in December. But then when I started getting out of the existential crises and I started studying absurdism, that was kind of when Lycon started leaving, like my fixation brain, because I didn't have the dependency. I was able to kind of stand on my own 2 feet, and I was kind of able to feel more resolved in my life and my decisions, and was feeling more comfortable and looking forward to it. And then when I had realized that my stories that I was writing were really good, even if they needed more work, that they were just better without Lycon. And that's kind of what got me out of that. I started studying absurdism a lot. Absurdism really helped with that, with this existential dread. And that's what I did. And that got me out of that Lycon obsession, essentially. But yeah, that was my Lycon era of hyperfixations. And it was very severe. It was very bad. But also, I didn't have any friends at the time. I was very lonely. Very, very lonely. Didn't have a good relationship with anybody either. And I was just very severely depressed. And I think it was also the more I felt confident with myself, the more I started being able to get out of that hurdle. And then that's what kind of let me not feel as attached to Lycon anymore. So that's my hyperfixation. That was my hyperfixation with Lycon. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. It was masking a big... I'm not crying happy tears for you right now. I'm not crying happy tears. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, but I'm going to assume it is. Or I don't know if it might be sad tears. I don't know. But when I eventually got out of that and was able to stand on my 2 feet, I didn't have the dependency on Lycon anymore. And... yeah, so that was kind of where my fixation with Lycon... I'm being serious. Oh, you're crying sad tears for me. He's crying the sad tears. It was a very hard time in my life. I was very depressed. He was just acting. My brain was kind of interpreting him as like the protect your father figure that I needed. And then he left whenever, like, my brain stopped fixating on it whenever I didn't need that figure anymore. And also, I kind of got more into, like, some of my religious practices. I'm not a Christian. I'm a spiritual absurdist. So I work with many different deities. And I was growing not attached, but able to just call upon deities when I felt, like, in need. So I was really able to get over those hurdles, especially with therapy, and feeling that confidence in myself. And that's what got me out of the Lycon fixation. But that was still a period in my life that was really, 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 really fucking bad. And almost led me to killing myself. And the reason I bring this up as a comparison is because I know the Zenless Zone Zero community is really... I think a lot of people, when we look at like Miyabi and Jane Doe, are no different than what I was going through. And here's the thing. Here's how I know this. I knew someone whose obsession with Jane Doe was genuinely so bad. This motherfucker was going over here, and he was... he was going over here and he wanted to play the game with Jane Doe so bad, he was doing this. He was literally playing one thing like this at a time. I don't know how someone can do that. He was waiting every time to get like 20 stamina, and then he was playing the game. He would come here and do this all day. I was so concerned. I wanted to say something. That wasn't it. Just that though. Again, this motherfucker was so obsessed with the game, and I don't encourage this because I feel like this is a unhealthy hyperfixation. He would get to points where all he would do is like he'd do whatever he wanted to do, and then he would go lay in his bed, do nothing, then come back and grind again. What he would also do is he was really trying to grind discs for Zenless. So he'd go over here, he'd wait for his battery to get to 60. On rare occasions he'd do this. And then he would just, every time he had 60 battery, grind discs. He would grind the discs he needed for Jane Doe. Every single time he'd get more energy, he would come back and grind Jane Doe discs. I have never seen someone with that unhealthy of a fixation, and it was so much worse because he was missing sleep because of it. He was actually he even made a system where he was getting up in the middle of the night to run and grind Zenless. I have never seen someone fixated on a character that badly, and he had Jane Doe shit everywhere in his room. It was not bad as Chingy Lover. He didn't have a sex doll. But it was bad. This hyperfixation he had with Jane was terrible. And I genuinely, when I see that, I know there are people who are probably not as bad as that, but in terms of the parasocial department, people have that with Miyabi. And that's kind of why I'm low-key concerned for the community, because in general, it's just not healthy. It really is not healthy. Like, this, we should not be encouraging that. That's why I think the ZZZ community has so much problems with its community, because a majority of it is just unhealthy, hyperfixated people. And I don't want to say that because people can regulate their hyperfixations. It's just people don't. So that's my story with ZZZ and my really bad obsession with the game at the time. And that was also my thoughts on the game as a whole. So yeah, yeah, I think the whole community has an obsession problem, and that's what causes the glaze. People are just obsessed and they don't know how to regulate. So, anyways, let's try to run this with the cunning hairs and see if they can do good. So yeah. Yeah, we have Yishuan controversy and somebody getting told to get raped because they didn't want to pull for Yishuan. I'm super late, so I might have to sleep in. Yeah, it got super late. We've been streaming for close to 5 hours. I just want to get this done particularly. Bye, everyone. Good night. On the topic, though, of some of the hyperfixation stuff that I've done, I do want to say that the best part about my fixation, well, not the best part, but really just something good that came out of it. Hey, wow, you joined like right as I was getting ready to like. I just finished talking about my whole topic, but it's fine. Hey, glad to see you're here. I want to show something real quick. I have to be careful because there's NSFW artwork of this character. I have a lot of it. Anyways, Xander actually did get a redesign, and I love him a lot more. As I've said before, I started actually working on my own career. As I finally kind of got out of my ZZZ craze. Oh my god, why is this fighting me so badly now? What the fuck? Sorry. I don't... This is too small now. What is happening? There you go. Oh, shit. Fuck. Didn't mean to showcase that. This is Xander, by the way. He got a redesign. He's getting a redesign here soon. But as I actually start focusing more on my own projects, Xander actually became a whole different character. Also glad to see her here. Super.